lifts me up through the nighttime, keeps me dreaming through the day. Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? I wanna fly with the Jetsons, I wanna shoot past the stars, I wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Death Slam Invitational North American Tournament. I'm Deathy, if you don't know me, you know, the kind of the face of the event, but there's plenty of people behind the scenes that are helping make this happen. It's definitely not just me, so, you know, thank you to everyone. Today, we've got a lot of deadlock ahead of us, so for those of you that aren't familiar with the Death Slam Invitational, let me just break down the format. We had a qualifier 2 weeks ago where anyone could enter, and out of that qualifier, 5 teams qualified. It was supposed to be 4, but one of the invited teams, Melee Creeps, disbanded, so we needed to invite 5 teams. So today and tomorrow, all matches are best of 3, and it's double elimination. You can type !bracket, and it will take you to the bracket on our website. Just so you guys know the relevance of this tournament, the last time that we had a double elimination tournament with a proper bracket and everything in North America with a significant prize pool was in December of 2024, and it was the Space Station Gaming Tournament. So it's been 9 months since we've had a tournament of kind of this scale in North America. So this is a really huge moment for me as a Deadlock player, because we're going to get to see truly who is the best team. It's not going to be who can win a best of 1 and then, you know, win on not necessarily a fluke, but you're going to need to prove yourself over multiple matches against multiple teams, and you're going to get a second chance, and we're going to see teams adapt, and we're truly going to get enough data to see a meta develop, right? It's not going to be which heroes are picked in 4 matches. We're going to get a ton of data because there's going to be a lot of series, and they're all best of 3. So I'm incredibly excited. Now, we've already secured $700 for the prize pool through community donations. We're using a similar format to other tournaments, working with community donations as we don't have a sponsor at the moment. If you'd like to donate, you can type !donate. It will take you to a PayPal link, and you can donate directly to the prize pool or to the staff if you'd like to choose. As well, you can type !merch, and we have new merch, new designs. They're very, very cool. So check it out, and the proceeds of the merch will not necessarily go towards the prize pool of this specific tournament, just to be clear, but they will go towards Death Slam events as well as future tournaments, prize pool, and potentially staff as well. So all of these, you know, things help us run future events, etc. You know, with the sad news this morning, for those that haven't seen, One Win Esports unfortunately has quit Deadlock, so there are very, very few tournament organizers and just orgs left in the space. And so, you know, let's show sponsors and the Deadlock community that we're strong, that there's a market, that we want to see Deadlock, and let's make Deadlock thrive. Now, with that said, I'll leave it up to the casters so that they can go over the bracket and the results from the qualifier and keep you guys up to date. I hope you enjoyed today and tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support.
And thank you, Deathy, as well, for putting this on. Of course, he's the face of everything, so we appreciate all the work that he's done for us here at Death Slam events. Hi, everybody. I'm Soren. I'm joined today by Admiral over here on the cast for these couple of matches that we have today. This is, of course, day 1 of the finals for the Death Slam Invitational. Day 2 tomorrow, we'll have the semifinals and the grand finals. Today, just going through the first couple of rounds. So let's take a look at the standings from the other weekend, and we can see which of these teams has made it into today. We've got Lil Troops with a perfect 5-0 in their group, and Goblin Gang, LGTK, Boston Tea Party, and I believe Soul Rebirth, no, VFA Dragons, I'm sorry, are the last team that managed to qualify. So those are the teams that will be going up against our 3 invited teams, notable names like Valhalla and Hydranation. So we can go over the bracket for what we're doing today. We've got, of course, the 3 teams that were invited, and then the 5 that qualified through the play-ins. And today we'll be going over VFA Dragons versus Valhalla, just these first 2 rounds, I believe, and then the lower bracket as well for today. And then, of course, the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. So be sure to join us back for that. But for today, Valhalla versus VFA Dragons. Admiral, what are you looking at here?
Well, I'm looking at a little bit of an interesting game. I mean, Valhalla being the buy-in for today, I think a lot of people kind of anticipate a buy-in to be, you know, on a higher tier level. Because again, it's like it says, the buy-in. So these guys are essentially eliminating themselves through the whole process in order to get to the top of the league, right? So just because they're also in the buy-in doesn't necessarily mean they are the best competitors at the moment of. So I think I'd like to see both of these teams play at the highest capacity. But in my favoritism here for today, I think Valhalla is looking a little bit stronger.
Yeah, Valhalla are probably the more well-known team. VFA Dragons are, if you're not familiar, they're over in EU, so they will be playing on a bit of ping because this is a North American tournament, so the servers are based here in America. But VFA Dragons are certainly a capable team, and we've generally seen a higher average quality of matches in EU, so this is kind of a test of how these two regions stack up. As Deathy said, it's been several months since we've had good high-stakes tournaments here in North America, so this will be exciting, I think, to see how the two regions stack up. In just a minute, we'll get into the draft. But before we do, Admiral, what's your take on the meta right now? We've seen a couple of recent changes, especially to like the mid-boss pit and then a couple of hero changes. What's going on right now?
You know what, with the mid-boss changes, I have not been a personal fan of it. I think it's kind of rotated into this design of rushing into mid-boss a little bit more quicker than normal. So before, as for those who don't know, with the recent changes that come in with mid-boss is now just one giant crystal that you melee 3 times in order to get a certain amount of rejuice charges onto it. So now, I believe the first mid-boss now starts off with 3, and then the second time around it comes up to 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that it works out now is a lot of people have a tendency of just rushing into mid-boss at the 15-20 minute game. So I've been noticing a lot more earlier rushes towards mid-boss compared to before, where mid-boss was more of a tool being used to push into base. Now it's just, hey, let's get mid-boss in 15-20 minutes and just run it down.
Yeah, there's a pretty big trend of the first team that manages to take mid-boss just kind of ending the game because they have such a stat advantage. And of course, the first couple times you die while trying to take an objective, you just come back right away. So it takes a lot of resources to be able to kill a team with Rejuve. But here we go. We've got the draft coming up live. It looks like it'll be VFA Dragons on the Amber side, so they'll get the first ban and the first pick. And then Valhalla with the second set means that they'll get the first double pick. What sort of heroes are we looking for here? I'm personally expecting, we've seen a lot of Vindicta lately, and the Holiday ban has been quite common as well. What do you think?
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Vindicta ban. I feel like that's a character that in time and again that we get to see banned, primarily because this is one of those few characters that is very versatile in every team fight dynamic. I mean, we have the route that always comes up. A lot of people like to build the double echo shot on it, so that way during team fights they are just detaining multiple targets at once. And on top of that, it's pretty annoying to be able to deal with the Vindicta in lane.
Yep, and there you go. Valhalla wanted to ban that out. VFA Dragons with the Yamato ban, which is perfectly understandable. Definitely one of the stronger heroes in the meta at the moment. Just a lot of Spirit Burst damage and then really hard to take down as well. So those two heroes will be gone. That leaves us with a couple of decent options here to start off with. Warden we've seen be pretty popular here in North America, but not as popular over in EU. But one interesting trend that we've noticed lately with things like the Deadlock Night Shift, which just came back this past Wednesday, is that these pick heroes have been prioritized pretty heavily. So like your Holiday, your Mo and Krill, Bebop, but VFA Dragons are going to start with a Pocket instead.
Right, and then as you were talking about earlier with the different matchups here, again, with Holiday being a character that is primarily very strong at the moment in the higher elo levels that we like to see her play as, the reasoning why and primarily is because just great damage overall, great mobility, on top of that an ultimate that's on a pretty short cooldown that targets a single opponent and makes them not be able to use abilities, makes them an easy target. I mean, it's just securing kills. That's just so easy for her.
Yeah, for me personally, in a lot of my matches at least, the hardest thing to do in a fight is get it started well. So Holiday is just a really easy way to do that. Start off with a barrel into a lasso, and just have an easy free kill to start a fight. So neither team picking that up quite yet, but Valhalla will grab the Warden. As I said, it's been more popular in NA than EU, so the Pocket, definitely a strong start for VFA Dragons. I'm expecting to see, I don't know, maybe someone like a Mirage paired with this Warden. Of course, with those side TPs gone, that does mean that the Traveler is a lot more useful to just be able to get around the map. Who else are we missing here that we usually see at these higher pick slots here? Someone like an Abrams could come in, maybe?
We're necessarily missing the character that is the other secondary engage, right? That's typically what we've always seen is we get to see, oh, hey, speaking of which, there's the Mirage, as we were talking a little bit earlier. We always see the first pick character, which is going to be the character that they want to carry out first, right? So Warden is that character that essentially this team is going to be their big boy. That's the character that's going to be securing early Guardians, and it's going to be securing early Walkers as well. Because again, currently, as how Walkers currently stand, they don't have armor. So as a result, Warden can just ult it down.
Yeah, he does do a little bit less damage with some of the recent changes. There were particular ultimates that were targeted to do less damage to walkers when they removed the walker spirit resistance. So like Warden Last Stand, I know McGinnis's Heavy Barrage does less damage, but even still, Warden can chunk down a Guardian pretty early, and we've seen that a couple of times where just as soon as the Warden hits 3.4k, bam, that's your Guardian gone because he just last stands and there's nothing you can do. So a character who can help with that a little bit is the Kelvin here from VFA Dragons. That's a pretty early Kelvin pick, but as really the de facto best support in the game right now, I can see it.
Yeah, I completely agree with the Dragon's first pick of going in with the Kelvin because, again, right now, It looks like Dragons is focusing on showing off their supports first, right? I mean, Pocket is one of those characters that is a burst hero, so weeks early on, Pocket is very strong. But if you do not rush down lane after the 25-minute mark with Pocket, Pocket has a tendency of starting to fall off because all the other characters start getting incredibly strong. And then, say for instance, Valhalla decides to pick up a Fern, and that Pocket is going against the Fern in lane. That's one of the more scarier things because Pocket, unfortunately, is pretty weak with Spirit. So again, this is just kind of Dragons being like, okay, let's see what Valhalla is going to be first for the big boys, so that way we can do something to counteract it. And speaking of big boys, we got the big blue man himself, Abrams.
Yeah, he is still blue, not green yet, but VFA Dragons picking up a lot of escapability so far. Like, they've got the Pocket with the briefcase and the satchel to be able to get away from engagements. Kelvin, of course, with his Ice Path, probably going to pick up Rescue Beam at some point in the Dome to keep everybody safe. And then Abrams has mobility options as well. They're doing a really good job of getting escape from, like, the Warden last stand. Like, if you just get away from that, suddenly there's a Warden not doing much. So Valhalla, to help with that, are going to have the Paradox, who can freeze people in place, then swap them into the team to help. And then you've got the Mirage for catch as well with the Tornado. So I like what Valhalla's doing here. They're seeing the high mobility from VFA, and they're trying to shut it down early.
I think it's interesting going in with the Paradox pick instead of picking the Holiday, because Holiday is one of those characters that's just really good at being able to chase down. Paradox, in a sense, is as well really good at that, but the one downside with Paradox that always comes in is the Paradox to swap, right? You are risking yourself as Paradox to swap positions with an enemy opponent, and honestly, sometimes that could be very bad because you end up getting caught into the enemy team rather than it working into your favor, so that could be also a big what if. I think that's why it's kind of interesting that I don't see the Holiday, and they actually go for the Holiday ban instead.
Yeah, I think that makes sense if you take the Paradox here. You've already gotten your catch character, really, and then you just want to take the best one away from VFA Dragons here. But you're absolutely right, because just looking at it, VFA have a lot of tools to be able to kill a Paradox that suddenly appeared in the middle of their team. They've got the Shoulder Charge, the Kelvin Dome, even just the like Arctic Beam from Kelvin to slow her down as she's trying to escape. That's a lot of tools there that they can catch with. So whoever this Paradox goes to on Valhalla is going to have to play pretty safe and make sure that they don't just randomly swap into the middle of a team fight. But you know, these players are the pros, so they know what they're doing. VFA Dragons will go with a Viscous ban. Very interesting.
That is very interesting. I think Dragon's mentality here is they don't want another tank for the side of Valhalla. They want someone who's going to be a little bit more squishy for the engagement. And as Valhalla picks a Lady Geist who's going to be their early engagement for a lot of these fights, Lady Geist, as it stands right now, is pretty good at starting off fights. The one downside I will say that comes in with Lady Geist at the moment is that she is pretty squishy at the moment.
That's true. If she gets stunned up, she doesn't have a whole lot of life drain while she's stunned to be able to do that, but if she's up and roaming, then it's a lot of damage and a lot of life swap. So if she gets engaged on by someone like the Abrams or gets low from a Pocket Affliction, she's got the life swap to be able to get back up and essentially have a second life. So a pretty good pick there from Valhalla. I think what they're missing at this point is just a little bit more utility. Like, they've got the Paradox and a little bit the Mirage, but they've got plenty of damage. Now they need people to help stave up like the Pocket, I think, at the moment. They've got two more picks to be able to do that, though.
Yeah, something that I'm finding interesting is that you speaking about the whole support decision is that they don't go with a Lash, for instance. That's a character that we don't relatively see anymore as much as often. And speaking of going in with the damage, Dragons picks up the Wraith, who is currently incredibly strong at the moment.
Yeah, Wraith is one of the best heroes at just scaling into the late game, and then suddenly she's an unstoppable force. That is a little bit curious, though, because I feel like the rest of VFA Dragon's comp doesn't play very well into that. You know, Abrams, Pocket, Kelvin typically a bit better in the early game, whereas Warden, Mirage, Geist tend to scale into the late game pretty well. So, I don't know, maybe this is VFA Dragons playing for more of like a pick-style Wraith rather than a late game carry. I can definitely see that, but yeah, you make a good point about Valhalla and how the Geist is kind of squishy against someone like the Wraith or the Abrams. And then the Lash, as you mentioned, I feel like it's not a particularly good Lash game. As just judging on what VFA have right now, the Abrams and the Kelvin and Pocket all have ways to keep themselves or even others safe. So I do feel like Lash is okay in the meta right now, but not particularly against what VFA are drafting. So they've got another pick here, and they'll go with the Haze. I think very similar to the Wraith, this could be either someone to try and scale into the late game, or just play that kind of EU style of ambushing you in your farm and getting a pick off with a Sleep Dagger.
Yeah, I think so too as well. And currently, as it stands, Mouse 1 characters are just really good at being able to keep the pressure on. I mean, there's a reasoning why currently, as it stands, even outside of the professional scene, Mouse 1 characters are being played at the highest elo, because again, these are characters right now that are just really good at farming, really good at being able to take objectives, and then also really good at being able to keep pressure in lanes. And on top of that, if you are by yourself in a farm and you're going up against a Mouse 1 character, your odds are pretty low.
Yeah, I think that this is what VFA are going for. They're going for some high mobility heroes who can get around the map and then just ambush you when you're not looking, because they know that they can't stand up against the last stand or the Mirage damage or the Paradox swap. But if they can ambush Valhalla while they're caught off guard, not all of their heroes have the tools to be able to get away safely. And especially if you go on this Grey Talon here while he's unaware, that's someone who you can jump on pretty quick and they'll die. Grey Talon not with the highest HP pool, also not a high pick rate lately, so this is interesting from Valhalla.
Kind of an odd pick. I guess this is Valhalla's response to the burst character that VFA Dragons has in terms of pocket, but they don't have a 7, so why are they picking the Grey Talon?
Okay, we're hearing from production that this is a mispick, and so we should get that that fixed for you pretty soon. I'm a little glad to hear that, because Grey Talon definitely is an odd choice there. I didn't want to say much of anything against players who are a lot better than I am, but yeah, okay. The Sinclair I think is a much better pick here. Someone who's got great escapability with that with the assistant, and then also there's a couple of ults here that are pretty good to copy here, like the Pocket and the Kelvin. So also just really strong Spirit Poke in lane. Not a lot of strong laners from BFA Dragons so far. That's definitely where they're weakest at the moment. So Sinclair able to bully that lane and hopefully turn that into a good advantage. And then the Shiv also to follow up on some of that damage, and just generally a really brawly comp from Valhalla here.
Yeah, and then going with against Dragons in their composition, which is a much more Mouse 1 oriented composition. I mean, we have Wraith, Haze, and Furnace. Those are currently right now the highest paid characters at the moment, primarily because again, Mouse 1 as it stands right now is just really strong. For some reason, we keep getting Mouse 1 patches.
Yeah, who doesn't love a carry suddenly having 60,000 souls after doing nothing all game and then taking over? I certainly do. Oh, wait. No, I don't. But that's okay. The pros know how to play around this kind of thing. They've had plenty of experience going up against those kinds of heroes, so I expect Valhalla to have a plan here to make sure that this none of these heroes from VFA Dragons get a chance to scale that well. They've got their own scaling characters who are pretty dangerous. I really like Valhalla's draft here compared to VFA Dragons. I think they're going to have a really strong lane and then just kind of push that tempo.
You know what? I am going to go ahead and do the counter argument here, and I really like Dragon's composition. I feel like Dragon's composition, what's going to happen for this is they are going to primarily rush down through either straight through blue, like you just go ahead and focus on that, get the early lane advantage, and then just start sending out characters to rotate, because again, you have a Kelvin, right? And that is a character right now that is just really good at being able to go in between the lanes. So if you get the Kelvin out of early lane, that's just easy rotations for the entirety of Dragons.
Yeah, that's a good point. If VFA Dragons can get an early lane one, they've got a lot of heroes who are great for roaming, like Wraith, Haze, Abrams, Kelvin, even the Pocket, all have great options to get around the map quickly and then just do a bunch of damage. So if you can get an early 3v2, it's pretty good for VFA Dragons, but that all starts with getting an early lane one, and I think that's going to be tough given how many of their heroes are just not really that good that early. Like, you've got the Kelvin and the Infernus who are good, especially together, so if they maybe pair those two together and just go all in on that lane, trying to win that, it could work out for them, but I really worry about the other 4 heroes from BFA Dragons. Valhalla have a lot of really strong Spirit Poke, and there's just nobody on BFA Dragons who can match that.
Definitely, and then also as well, the point that you're making, Dragons also has a little bit more of a squishier comp. I mean, their 2 technically strongest or beefiest boys are going to be Kelvin and Abrams, but even then though, in comparison to Valhalla, who has a Paradox and a Lady Geist, and as well as a Warden, and on top of that, currently the character that has no idea how to be Val and Shiv, as it stands, those are characters that are really hard to kill as well. I mean, Paradox, if the positioning is wrong, that's just an easy kill on its own, but a good Paradox, what you typically see time and time again is the swap come in, and then the Paradox just slides right out. Or for some reason, the Paradox comes back with like half HP, and you're like, didn't you just get out of this fight a couple seconds ago?
Yeah, I think the Valhalla just generally have the better brawl comp. If VFA Dragons can play the sort of EU style of poking and then finding random picks, then they might have a shot here. But if they get dragged into these team fights around objectives, then I think they're really going to struggle. A notable exception from this draft, not in any of the picks or any of the bans, is Seven. That's a hero who we've seen go early in a lot of games, and he's just completely missing from this draft. I feel like that might be because VFA Dragons went for these mobility heroes. Seven's not particularly good either with or against those types of heroes, but I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's a interesting decision not to go with the Seven. Like you said, Seven isn't really good at the mobility heroes. However, Seven got nerfed, so it's kind of like this positioning where he's really good at still chasing down characters. He's still really good at being able to surprise certain enemies. But as it stands right now, I don't think Seven's going to be good going against Dragon's composition. Again, they have a lot of these characters that honestly, if the Seven decides to stun any of them at any point and they have their mobility still active, that's an easy getaway for them. There's no point of using the stun against the Seven because, again, you have, for example, Haze Sleep Dagger, you have Infernus Dash, you have Wraith Teleport, Abrams Charge, and as well Seismic Slam, Kelvin Dome, you have also the Ice Path, Pocket can just teleport away or satchel away. So Seven has no real good composition against these players.
Yeah, VFA Dragons have a good bit of CC in their draft. That's one thing that I think they have that Valhalla are kind of missing, is just the ability to stun up a character and make them die. You got the Haze Sleep Dagger, the Wraith Telekinesis, Infernus Concussive Combustion, Abrams entire kit, really. Kelvin Dome. You've got a lot of options to be able to single someone out and then make them not play the game. Whereas Valhalla's really only options for that are like the Paradox Swap and then I guess Sinclair Bunny and Mirage Tornado. But like even some of those are just soft CC compared to VFA Dragons. So there should be an interesting clash here between these two teams' drafting style.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. Now that you're pointing that out with the low CC or the soft CC that you spoke about with Valhalla, I think in terms of what Valhalla is going to be looking for rather is winning the early lane. I think we spoke about this a little bit earlier, which was that Valhalla does have a really good early lane composition. I mean, they have a lot of good poke. Sinclair, Mirage, those are really good characters right now that just dominate early on the lane. However, if VFA Dragons decides to play against this composition, I think they will primarily focusing on getting Fern and Kelvin out of lane first before they start rotating out to help out other side objectives. And then on top of that as well, I think Valhalla is going to focus on getting Warden or Mirage their lanes win early because those are characters that you want to start feeding faster.
Yeah, if you can get your Warden and Mirage strong into the early mid game, you've got a real big advantage here. The really just big question mark for me with VFA Dragons is how do you decide your lane matchups here? Because you've got Kelvin and Infernus who are definitely your best laners, but then you've got four heroes that you want to protect, and maybe you want to put the Kelvin and Infernus together to try and win a lane outright. But if you do that, you've got, I mean, what kind of matchups do you have here? Do you put the Abrams with the Wraith? And neither is particularly good at clearing the wave, but you've at least got some front line, but then you've got like Pocket and Haze. I'm just really curious to see what VFA Dragons are going to do here with their lane matchups.
I think so too. I think if they decide to go with certain characters in this formality of it, I think the best matchups for their lanes in general, I think you said earlier before, was the Kelvin and Furnace. That's a great lane duo right there. I think another option as well would be Pocket and Abrams, and I think leaving the Wraith and Haze to their own lane would also be beneficial for them as well. However, what ends up typically happening is when you have the two Mouse 1 characters together is they have a tendency of losing lane pretty fast because they are both squishy characters, and the passive abilities that they typically run with don't really activate until later on in the game. So early Mouse 1 isn't the best. I mean, they are scaling characters for that reason alone, and that's why currently, as it stands right now, scaling is one of the better options that it is. But I think in terms of VFA Dragons and Valhalla, again, when it comes into their laning phase, I think Valhalla, again, just has something incredibly stronger compared to VFA Dragons.
Yeah, and even with the Kelvin and Infernus lane, you gotta have a good matchup here to even get out of it. Because Kelvin and Infernus, while they are strong, I feel like they really come online once they hit their ultimates. If you can get an Infernus flame dashing around a Kelvin dome, the person who's inside there is just gonna die. But you have to get up to that point first, and that's a couple minutes into the game. So if you're hoping for a really early lane win here from VFA Dragons, so you can start ganking and roaming around the map, that's maybe not gonna come from just Kelvin and Infernus. So I feel like maybe you could match up the Kelvin and the Abrams and instead go for like really big CC there, and then I don't know, have the Infernus with like the Wraith, who needs someone who can clear the wave a lot faster. That leaves you with Haze Pocket, though. Again, I'm just trying to work this out in my head, and I don't see any lane matchups for VFA Dragons where you don't just have at least one sack lane, where you just put your weak characters there and say, all right, we lost that lane, we're going to try and win the other two. So VFA Dragons are going to have a tough time here, but I feel like their window of opportunity is in that mid game. If they can survive the early game, the lanes, and then like the first couple of minutes after the Guardians are down, and when that map really opens up, they're going to have a lot of opportunities to roam around and pick people off in the jungle. So that's, I feel like, the scariest time for Valhalla is when VFA Dragons start to roam around and they've got their CC. You're going to have to be really careful about sticking together and not getting picked off randomly. And then, of course, because those side TPs are removed, you're going to have good macro to be able to catch your waves as well. And VFA Dragons, again, with the advantage, trying to roam around and get those lanes. So I'm looking for like the 20-25 minute mark here for VFA Dragons to come online.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And then on top of that as well, something that I was thinking about right now that you were saying about being able to get the picks in the jungle. VFA Dragons does have 3 gun characters at the moment. That is a rush mid strat that I was just thinking about. Is that they are going to either they win their lanes, they win their matchups, they do really good, and at 15-18 minutes they're just gonna rush it down to mid, get the mid buff, and then just go straight down lane again. Because again, at that point, how the way the rejuve works, they're just gonna get instantly revived at that moment. 3-second delay, full HP, they're back in the game, keep the pressure on. I mean, I feel like that's the only reason why VFA Dragons decides to do this, is because they realize that how currently strong mid boss is. They want to get that objective as fast as possible, and having this many gun characters is certainly in their favor when it comes to just melting it down.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because one of the things that they can do to enable getting a mid boss is around that 15 to 20 minute mark, having a random pick off in jungle. You know, that's one of the dangers for Valhalla, is that around the time that mid starts to become an option, that's also the time when VFA Dragons are starting to get their pick comps online. So if you take 1 or 2 deaths just randomly around the map, VFA Dragons could be looking to rush mid with the high damage that they have, and then that's how they win a team fight. Is just after that pick, you've got mid boss buff, and that's how you suddenly have an advantage against what on paper is a much better comp for defending these objectives. So that could be VFA Dragon's strategy. That's a good shout out.
Yeah, and then also, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was buying time. You go ahead.
I was actually going to point out as well that Valhalla, I think when it comes into their just their composition as well, they're not necessarily playing for mid boss, right? Like, again, they don't necessarily have the characters that are going to be going into securing that objective fast. They do happen to have a Warden in this case, and I think that Warden is what's going to be scarier for them, because again, we were talking about how even then Warden could just run it down with ult. I think once Warden gets 2 ultimates, that's just first Guardian for them.
Yeah, well, here we go. We are seeing the lane matchups. It's going to be the Wraith with the Kelvin. Kelvin a bit tankier, able to put out that damage, going against the Sinclair and the Warden. It's going to be a tough lane matchup, but I think not unwinnable for VFA Dragons. In mid lane, you've got the Haze and the Pocket against the Mirage and the Paradox. A bit of a weak lane there for Valhalla, but definitely with that Mirage never out of the fight. And then on the right side, you've got the Geist and the Shiv against the Infernus and the Abrams. I feel like that might be VFA Dragon's best shot at taking an early lane. There's a lot of damage from Valhalla, but if you can get a good couple of stuns, then you might be able to do something. But we're already seeing some flows being traded here.
I think it's kind of interesting to go with the Paradox and the Mirage, because again, those are not necessarily the characters that I feel like have the best synergy when it comes into engaging. I mean, you won't be able to get an early pick until you decide to get the Paradox swap, and then that's when you can go in with the Tornado to follow up as well. So I think it's kind of a waiting on leveling rather than waiting on early fights.
Yeah, but you do have 2 opposing laners who will let you do that, right? The Haze and the Pocket, neither one of them is going to be pushing your tower particularly early unless they can get a really good engage. So they might have time to be able to stall there, but it's been kind of an aggressive lane there. We're already seeing a lot of VFA Dragons members a bit low. Dexter on the Abrams, of course, has plenty of abilities to keep up, but yeah, it's already looking a little bit in favor of Valhalla with the early damage trades.
No, speaking of which, is being able to take these early fights, I think, is really good for them, because they're just getting that lane prio that they really wanted, that we spoke about earlier. Is that essentially whichever team decides to get their lane prio is the one that ends up reaping the benefits. Because again, as it currently stands, it's a very rushed meta.
Yep, and you see Valhalla with a slight soul lead here just because they've been able to push those waves, and that means that they can steal the enemy's boxes and not really face consequences for it. This is really aggressive here from DMB, though, already parrying the Guardian and getting some damage in.
My goodness, again, time and time again, we always see the Wardens just rush down at the Guardians. There's never not a time that we don't ever see a Warden just immediately go face forward into a Guardian.
Yep, no last stand yet, though, so it's still early days, not going to be able to take it, but that is more low health bars from VFA Dragons. Afra, Yonosora, and Idri already very low, and we could see this Wraith die very soon.
Yonosora is struggling just to keep themselves into lane, even though they are playing a mouse one character at the moment. Shiv, bleed stacks are still strong. I think people have a tendency of forgetting of this, and Abrams goes in for the pin, manages to get it onto the lady guys, however is not able to secure a kill.
Yeah, and we've already seen the Kelvin go down over here in this left lane, and Wraith is so low that she's not going to be able to stand up very much either. So you've got the Sinclair and the Warden already pushing this tower, and it's below half HP.
I think right now we are seeing how VFA Dragons' composition is working, and I think we spoke about this earlier of how it's kind of weak in the early lane, and if they don't really prioritize on securing and playing safely, as we talked about right now, there goes Yonosora getting taken out as Shiv dives into the back lane. Duke comes in from the top ropes to secure the kill.
This is already going like how we said. VFA Dragons don't have a lot of ability to survive this early game, and that's 3 kills already for Valhalla. They do get a trade on to do, but Dexter is so low over here in this right lane. If this lady guys can find an Essence Bomb, he will not survive it, but he will be going back to base to heal up. But look at that left lane. I mean, you've got 2 heroes just kind of sitting on the sides while Sinclair and Warden have almost got the tower down already.
Again, this is scary. Valhalla is really putting the pressure on, especially with the Warden. I mean, there it is. Guardian's already going to be taken out. He does happen to have the ultimate. The last stand is in his pocket. Goes in for the dive once more. Again, here comes the Sinclair with the ultimate. The audience participation is going to get immediately procced onto the Kelvin. Kelvin drops down really low, but Farah gets out with a minuscule of HP. Again, this is what we see time and time again. The Warden is one of the characters right now that is just incredibly strong when it comes into pushing into the lane. And my goodness, look at Dude with the movement, just being able to wall bounce back onto the high ground.
That was pretty cool. That's one way to avoid getting slowed on the rope. But yeah, all of the members of Valhalla have their ultimates now, and Yonosora and Afra are still missing theirs. You have the Warden last stand, but no Kelvin Dome to try and get it away, and this is about to be a second Guardian for Valhalla, and it's just 5 minutes. The buffs have just come up.
Also like to point out as well that Valhalla, all of them have ultimate abilities active. VFA Dragons only having 4 in their pocket, and unfortunately 2 of their characters right now are just a little bit behind before they're able to activate them. And here comes Warden onto the engagement onto Afera. He's going to go ahead and get the Binding Ward onto him, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to follow up with it. Warden is going to get poked out, getting out of there, activates the last stand on the last second. Here comes the audience participation onto the Wraith. Wraith gets taken out, and DMB comes out alive, thanks in part to the teammate Zerbzi.
Yeah, Zerbzi with a really clutch play there to telekinesis Yidri before they could get off their own telekinesis. If the Warden last stand gets interrupted, that's the full cooldown gone. That change was made a little while back, but now it's Valhalla with the ability to gank into some of these lanes, and they've already brought over someone to this mid lane, and it's 3-on-2. This is exactly the opposite of what VFA Dragons wanted to happen. They wanted to be able to win an early lane and get some ganks. Now they're getting ganked on themselves, and they're maybe about to lose their 3rd Guardian. They've got some help over here now with the Kelvin, but that means a 2v1 over here in the left lane.
VFA Dragons is struggling right now just to get their footing on the ground. Valhalla is just doing a great job of pushing every objective at the moment, and here comes the Hydranation as it comes in with the ultimate. The Affliction is going to get procced onto it, but they're just going to chase down the pocket. It doesn't even matter for audience participation. Once more again, the ult change from Zerbzi is just going forward and just walking into it with the ultimate. Doesn't really care anymore.
Yeah, the thing about audience participation is that if you use the ultimate, then you get half of the enemy's ultimate cooldown as your cooldown. So Wraith Telekinesis comes up pretty often for an ultimate, but with audience participation, that gets halved, and he's able to use your ultimate better than you can. So he's just being really aggressive with these ultimates because he gets the cooldown back incredibly fast. Here in the mid lane, VFA Dragons are temporarily able to stave off the aggression from Valhalla. Scout will go down for his aggression, but here we go. The Shiv comes in. has 2 kills and probably a Guardian soon to follow.
Okay, that was great work right there. Great team dynamics from Valhalla. I mean, Tornado coming in just to be able to proc 2 up that soft CC that we were talking about earlier. Buds came in clutch at that perfect timing.
Yeah, VFA Dragons were able to hold on there, though. It looked like maybe some members of Valhalla were missing from this mid lane, so while they got the kills, they didn't get the Guardian for it. But still, it's about to be 8 minutes in, and we're seeing already an 8,000 lead for Valhalla. This is not looking great.
Not looking great indeed. Here comes the last stand onto from the Warden. Warden's just going to be chasing this down in a 1v3. The Guardian's doing great damage onto Rinju. Rinju is dropping really low. The Warden's going to go for the chase. 40 HP in a dream. The Haze is fighting for their lives. Goes in for the reload. Proxy invisibility. Warden knows exactly where they're at. And DMP secures another kill. Who's on a 5-person kill streak with 300 HP. Still keeps the pressure on. Chases down the enemy team. VFA Dragons on the back ropes as they fall back. DMB again with the Warden being the scary threat that he is. Here comes the Slizic Slam from this Abrams just to get out from the paradoxical swap, but it doesn't even matter as here comes Burns once more with the Tornado, unable to keep the pressure on, and is going to go ahead and secure another Guardian for Valhalla.
VFA Dragons pulled an extra member onto that left lane to be able to take the Guardian. It was a 1v3 against the Warden, but that meant that Valhalla had an insane numbers advantage to be able to take that middle Guardian. So all 3 now down for Valhalla. Scouts getting gone on here, but this will not result in too much for VFA Dragons, I think, even if they do manage to get this kill, which with Shadarian going down, that doesn't even look likely anymore. I mean, that was kind of the ideal engage for VFA Dragons there, and Valhalla looks like they'll get away scot-free. They've got so many members here.
If you were to cut to the caster cameras, I have my hands on my mouth right now because I just witnessed the dirtiest play from Scout coming out of that with 100 HP and secures a kill onto the pocket. I mean, they're still chasing this man down and he's fighting for his life. They managed to get another kill.
Yeah, you went in for the engage and you got 2 kills turned on you instead. They will actually manage to get this Guardian. So somewhere in that, the wave pushed up for VFA Dragons. They were able to go back to the lane after they killed Scout and get the kill there. So VFA Dragons now with just 1 Guardian to go. They've managed to at least keep up in objectives better than I expected. But Valhalla with a sizable soul lead. They've got League and Buds on almost 10,000 here. DMB already on 10,000. The only one from VFA Dragons able to keep up so far is Yonosora, who's been going for a lot of the farm. So he's really going to be the anchor here for VFA Dragons trying to take these team fights as we come up on the 10-minute mark. Next set of buffs, the first urn. I expect Valhalla to go after this urn pretty aggressively to try and push their soul lead as well as their just general better objective-focused team fight. So I want to see them setting up here, yeah, on this left side to get the buff and then the urn.
I think right now what we're just going to be seeing is a tasty little fight for this buff as Warden is keeping the high ground. He's going to unfortunately be taken down. Here comes the last stand once more. Again, Warden's going to run it down. The Haze is going to proc the sleep dagger onto Warden. Warden still last stand in hand is going to chase it down. The binding ward is not going to be able to get anyone, and Warden DMB using the ultimate to keep everyone at bay, but it does just managed to keep everyone a little bit farther away from them. Scout wants to be able to secure at least a stun for and possibly a paradoxical swap, but doesn't have it in their hand. Just great, a little bit of poke. That's all we got to see.
Yeah, DMB did have to give up that left side buff, but the rest of the members come in after cleaning up Yonosora and Dexter, and now they've got the urn, and it's just the Kelvin giving chase right now. They should be able to turn this in. They've already pushed the Walker on the right side. That said, there's 3 members of VFA Dragons coming to answer. We'll see what they can do.
As we go into an urn fight, they want to get priority on this lane. League does manage to get the swap onto the Abrams. League is dropping really low. Here comes the Fern with the dash, unable to actually get League, but gets it through the burn damage onto him. Yonosora is just doing really good job with just being able to keep pressure on from the Fern. I mean, this is a character that we see time and time again just be this nuisance of a character. I mean, the Afterburn is one of the reasons why so many people like to pick him. And here they go with the chase. Do is falling back, quarter HP and a dream. He's going back into the Veil, goes in for the objective once more against Zerbs. He retaliates and gets a trade onto VFA Dragons. Minjiro gets taken down. Here comes Abrams. Dexter goes in and secures the objective for the VFA Dragons as Valhalla retaliates and keeps the pressure on. Look at the movement from this guy's League.
That's why these guys are Eternus and I'm not. I would not have been able to keep up on that chase, but there you go. Valhalla answering back. They got the urn. They did lose that third Guardian, but they're already pushing 2 different walkers right now. After grabbing the urn, they've got such a soul lead, and then those kills as well, that, I mean, VFA Dragons are doing all they can just to hold on to walkers at 12 minutes. Like, this is not the time where you normally see walkers getting pushed. Valhalla are in a commanding lead at this point.
DMB did not care at all about being slowed down by Afera, and it doesn't even matter. Scout trades his life for the objective. Valhalla still looking incredibly strong, doesn't really care about losing the character like that this early on. I mean, 10 seconds of a respawn isn't nothing when they have so much of a lead against VFA Dragons.
Yep, and now Valhalla are the ones who've got the space on the map to be able to look for some picks. They're just kind of looking to push their soul advantage right now. It's another 2.5 minutes until the next urn, so they've got to find something to occupy their time while that's happening. So it looks like everyone's just kind of backing off and taking farm for right now. It's been a pretty active game so far, so not a lot of chance to take these camps, but now everyone's getting back there, just playing a little bit of lane ping pong. But in about 2 minutes, I expect Valhalla to get active again and really try and push this home. They could try for something here on the right side. They've got 3 characters, and it's just the Wraith there right now. VFA have to rotate.
Valhalla will more than likely just try to keep their pressure on for all lanes at the moment. Valhalla just wants to secure something else for it. And speaking of being able to secure something else, here comes Scout, knows exactly where they at, gets put to sleep. The dagger is going to proc onto them. Here comes the Wraith ultimate. The wall comes in at the perfect timing just to be able to delay it for a couple more seconds, but it doesn't even matter because Abrams comes in from out of nowhere. Dexter with the slam goes in and secures a kill for the team. The FA Dragons is going to lose their Wraith. Here comes the Fern ultimate. Fern is not going to be able to secure a stun for them, but it doesn't even matter though, because look at this. Dew is coming in from behind. Here comes the Calvin Delmafera, retaliates a little bit and gets the kill for the team.
Yeah, VFA Dragons were able to hold on to this walker, but while they've been over here, they had to commit so many members that Valhalla got free push onto the mid walker. They had 3 people there. Now that VFA Dragons have won the fight on the right side, they know that they're going to be coming to mid, so Valhalla will back off, but they got a lot of damage on that right side walker and a decent bit onto the mid as well. So while Valhalla lessened their lead through all of that, they took the fight at a really good time because all other members are going to be up now in time to catch the waves and be in position for this next set of buffs and urns. So just 45 seconds now, you can see the timers up at the top of the screen. And it'll be on that right-hand side where Valhalla are already setting up with 3 members. They could bring the Geist over as well. This is Valhalla executing a lead to perfection.
I mean, as we go into this once more, the Paradoxical Swap gets onto the Abrams. Abrams unfortunately gets taken out. Dew secures another kill for himself. This is the fear of the Rage Shiv. I mean, only so much you can do to be able to survive against the Execute, but the Barney's participation is going to get procced, but secures a walker once more again. Here comes the pressure on from the enemy team. Here, Valhalla secures another kill for themselves. VFA Dragons is down their haze, and once more again, Valhalla just pushing onto their objectives. VFA Dragons can only do so much before they just come back into the fight.
And Zerbzi is already calling for the team to go mid. Paradox just staying here to get the walker. And it looks like Valhalla are executing the game plans that we were looking for VFA to take. Just getting these random pickoffs because they're so far ahead, not through any sort of particularly good jungle management. And then as soon as they have a couple picks, they're just going for mid. And it's already down. VFA Dragons are going to contest, but they're probably going to lose more members for this.
Maybe, but here comes the Rabbit Hex. Is going to get procced immediately as the fight goes in for once more. The Kelvin Dome is going to get activated, but it doesn't even matter because look at this. Valhalla secures 1, VFA Dragon secures another. They can do it once more again, but it's going to get immediately procced. Dexter is going to get revived for the fight. Dew is back into it. The Size's head gets procced. Once more, the fight for the buff is still on. From Kura managing to secure another kill for the team. Goes and retaliates once more. Valhalla is down 3 players as Dexter keeps the charge on, gets parried out, and Dew is taken out.
That's a fantastic fight there from VFA Dragons. That Kelvin Dome was used absolutely insanely. They procced it to be able to deny Valhalla from taking the mid buffs, and then they timed it with the rest of their team to be able to take 2 stabs at it as they were dropping the dome. So Valhalla didn't have a chance to get in there and get all the buffs. They only took 1 and it was immediately procced. VFA Dragons also had their rejuve buffs procced, but because they got those 2, they were able to come back with the man advantage into that fight, and they actually clean up the fight despite being behind. So we'll see them down 14,000 at this point, but they've got a chance to turn in the urn, but Yidri goes down. So you're going to be waiting at least 30 seconds now. And with neither team getting the mid-boss buff now, it's just going to be back to business as usual for Valhalla.
Most definitely. And right now with Yuji being down, I think they just have to fall back. They have to play back into base, and Valhalla is just gonna push in forward. They don't. VFA Dragons is currently in the back line. They are just waiting to see what Valhalla is going to make for the mistake. Without mid boss, there is no oh god, I'm drawing a blank on the name here. Soul Rebirth, was that the item that allowed you to get revived? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so without the Soul Rebirth 2.0 in their pocket, I mean, there's only so much you can do before you go back into for another fight.
Yeah, but we're going to see that
go
fight.
back into another fight once more. Here comes again the fight for Urn. Kelvin Dome is going to get procced immediately. It looks like it's going to be due by themselves in the dome, but the fixation once more. Again, the stacks from the haze. The ultimate's going to get procced onto it. Buds is going to get taken down. 25-second respawner onto Buds. Valhalla is falling back as this Urn fight is still going on. Never mind. Yontaru is going to get taken down. Kinetic Carbine is in the hands of Scout as they go ahead and secure the Urn for the team. Dude gets taken down, and Valhalla secures the Urn once more, giving themselves that lead that they so much desire and want. Xerxes teleports out. Here comes the assistant just to get them out of the nick of time. Abrams dropping down to 100 HP is going to charge out of this, and Xerxes from the corner takes down Dexter.
League with the rescue, and then Xerxes with the cleanup there onto Dexter. And then the bleed from Backstabber, of all things, is going to clean up Afra as well. Now Valhalla have extended their lead with the Urn and then the kills to follow up. So, I mean, it looks like they're not wanting to get aggressive to push these base guardians here, but you see the farm state on the map. There is no farm on VFA Dragon's side of the map because Valhalla are taking it all, and then they've got all of their farm on their side of the map to be able to take as well. So Valhalla with insane map pressure as well. They're just able to take what they want on the map, and they're completely starving out VFA Dragons from being able to get anything. So even in these neutrals, well, where Valhalla aren't taking over the fight, they're making sure that VFA Dragons don't have a window to come back into this at all. There are 0 camps on VFA Dragons half.
Yeah, and typically whenever we see these times of match, we always see the team that ends up having the most soul leads win the game. I mean, win the match for the most part, because again, it is very hard as it currently stands with Deadlock to come back with the soul difference that high.
Yeah, and one of the main ways that you do that is with the Soul Urn. We saw VFA Dragons try and do it. They got good Urn control, but then they were never able to turn it in. Valhalla just never let up the pressure because they've gotten the objectives early. So it's this point where VFA Dragons really start to question, how do we win this? And the answer, I think, is that in 30 seconds here with the buffs, they need to stack onto one thing, try and pick off a couple members of Valhalla, and then go for the Urn. That's what we're seeing them do on the right side.
It's just going to be another Urn fight. I think VFA Dragons just wants... VFA Dragon needs to be careful here, because every time they take a fight, they are putting themselves at a higher risk of just losing the fight, and Valhalla is just waiting for that. I mean, they understand that they have that soul difference lead for it comes in once more again, as Dexter tries to follow up with Afera. Goes in for the follow-up, but unfortunately here comes the Paradox with the stun on them. Dexter's not able just to keep up with them. The big blue man can only do so much. He's gonna fall right down. Here comes Dew. Dew goes in onto the pocket and Furnace, but look at this. Here comes Dexter from behind. Gets the pin onto Dew. Dew drops down to half HP, but look at this. The Shiv Rage. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he got nerfed last patch, because Dew proves time and time again that Shiv is a nightmare to deal with if you don't CC chain him. Here comes the cleanse onto Dew. Dew retaliating once more again, but DMB comes in with the last stand just to be able to help out their teammate. The swamp, the Barney's participation gets procced onto Afera as he gets chased down by Lady Geist of all people. League keeping up with the movement ability. Fleet Footwork gets procced. League wants to secure the kill onto this Kelvin, chasing them down.
Yeah, but even if Afera manages to survive there, which he doesn't, that's a full team wipe for Valhalla, just casually, he's running into the enemy side of the map, so Valhalla are just kind of free taking the base right now. They've backed off temporarily now that they've gotten the base guardians to be able to grab all of these camps, but they've got the Urn, and Afera's not going to be up for that fight, so VFA Dragons would have to try and fight 5v6 while down 30,000 souls. This should just be a free Urn here for Valhalla that's extending the lead even further. You've taken these camps. There's just not an opportunity for VFA Dragons at any point here. I mean, they had like a 5v2 at the start of that fight, and Valhalla were still able to survive, only lose Buds. and then bring the rest of their team to bear and completely dominate the fight. Like, there's just nothing that VFA Dragons can do from this point. Like, it almost feels kind of boring to commentate because there's just no comeback opportunity here. I mean, certainly we're still going to try and keep this match going. VFA Dragons could always try and mount a heroic comeback, but they're down so much.
That they are. I mean, I think the only option at that point, if they're this behind, is just to be able to secure another mid-boss fight. I mean, it's just keeping Valhalla at bay for a couple seconds. I mean, currently as it stands, the revive is at 35 to 40 seconds. So in retrospect, it doesn't really matter for Valhalla if they lose one. They are in that soul lead advantage. I mean, almost at 40k difference, which is kind of crazy that it's at 22 minutes already.
Yeah, that's averaging almost a 2,000 per minute soul difference, which is pretty impressive. So now that the mid-boss has arrived, I expect Valhalla will go for that pretty quickly. VFA Dragons could try and do something similar to what they did last time with the Kelvin Dome. That's about their best hope right now, but it looks like Valhalla are looking to take a fight, make sure that can't happen.
I mean, they're anticipating to get to be able to secure a pick. Here comes a slowing hex onto Buds. Buds is going to get out tornado form from that fight. Jiro trying to secure a kill at the least for the side of VFA Dragons, but unfortunately, I think this is where VFA Dragons is struggling, is just to be able to get a single pick. Valhalla is not struggling in that format whatsoever.
Yeah, we expected VFA Dragons to look for these picks and Valhalla not to have a whole lot of escapability, but just because they're so far ahead from the soul perspective, they've got so many more boons than VFA Dragons do that they can just kind of tank it and then get away and meet up with the rest of their team. Valhalla doing a great job of making sure that no one member is isolated for too long, so these pick attempts from VFA Dragons just aren't able to come through. They have such a short window to pick someone off who's so far ahead with health pool and damage that really they need something from like Shidarian or Yonosora at this point to try and find something. Like, this Pocket Affliction is their main win condition at this point.
Yeah, because currently as it stands right now, itemization and itemizing, you have to save up for the more expensive items just to sustain yourself a little bit longer. And even then, the tier 3 items are kind of a heftier price for teams just to, you know, invest into something like that. I mean, it's either, do you want to survive a little bit longer, or do you want to save up to counterplay against them? So it's really left up to the VFA Dragons to, at this point, just start to counter build, or at this point just be able to secure a pick for themselves. And it looks like they're just going to try to do that, as Do is going to go and get sleep daggered immediately. Going to wait for the rotate. Here comes a slowing hex onto Do. Do dropping down to half HP, still surviving for that fight. Do is just getting chased down, not by 1, by 2, by 3, by 4 players from VFA Dragons, as they just keep running it down onto Do. VFA Dragons is going to go and put their attention.
Horns are sounding, but nobody is going to the halls because nobody from Valhalla is dying right now. I mean, Do is the sacrificial lamb there. He's solo pushing a wave while the entire rest of the team was on mid-boss. VFA Dragons send 5 people over there to just take it while Do dies, but then Do doesn't even go down. He's a Shiv. He's probably one of the tankier heroes to try and dive in this case, so VFA Dragons, I mean, what a perfect response from Valhalla. They saw that Afro was able to get off the dome last time, and they commit everything to keep him out of the room while they take the mid-boss crystal. They got the Paradox Swap to silence him, then the Rabbit Hex to make sure that he can't do anything, and then just, this is what you see with the mid-boss. We're going to see Valhalla take game 1 here in a very quick fashion, 25 minutes. They took the mid-boss and then just pushed the objective. Here, Afro is going to stall out with the dome, but yeah, I mean, Valhalla won the early lane, and then they just snowballed it perfectly after that.
I mean, the stall can only keep them alive for so long. Valhalla is just slowing it down. Only so much you can do. The Amber Patron in this weekend state as Valhalla goes ahead and takes the first round. VFA Dragons, unfortunately, gets put in their lane there.
Yep. Valhalla recognized their early lane potential. They really pushed it. They knew that they were the aggressors in every single lane. Took the Guardians quickly, and then just from there, leveraged that advantage the entire way through. There was never a window for VFA Dragons to be able to come back into that match. They were never afforded an opportunity because Valhalla have such experience to be able to take away all of the mechanics that VFA Dragons would have to come back into a fight. We saw them get the urn control one time in, I think, 3 or 4 different urns. VFA Dragons were only able to pick it up even one time, and Valhalla were still the ones to turn that urn in after a team fight. So just perfect recognition from Valhalla, knowing how a team comes back into the match and denying every single opportunity. So if you're looking for a way to be able to convert your games into a quick win after an early lane, that's how you do it. There's your masterclass right there.
Just go back and analyze the moments of, switching off for objectives. But even then, though, I think on the side of Valhalla, I mean, look at the whole difference point on each character, right? I mean, look at the objective damage when it's on their side. They just have so much more. I mean, Scout and DMB are literally competing for the most objective damage.
Yeah, Scout was really their objective pusher for a lot of those fights. He was building kind of a gun paradox, something that we've seen crop up a little more since her gun damage got buffed in a recent patch, and that means that he's able to shred objectives a little bit quicker. DMB on the Warden, of course, is always going to be pushing those objectives, and then Zerbzi with good damage from the Vexing Bolts as well. But then also, one thing I want to point out is that they have really good kill participation. A lot of the time that VFA Dragons were trying to find someone, they were trying to isolate, catch one person alone and then win against that one person. But all of Valhalla were doing a good job of sticking together and rotating very quickly when one player was in trouble. And that means you see all these assists that they have. That means that everyone was getting kill participation on those kills. So very good teamwork from Valhalla to make sure that nobody gets picked off just randomly like we were expecting VFA Dragons to try and do. And then they just won every single team fight except for that one mid-boss snafu. Valhalla were able to take the objectives, take the urns, take the second mid-boss, and that's all they needed. Was once they got that second mid-boss, it was full pedal to the metal. They dived into the base, killed the patron as fast as they could, and then killed the weakened patron before any members of VFA Dragons were even able to really fight them for it.
Yeah, and I think that's just something that VFA Dragons was just kind of struggling just to get their footing on the ground. I mean, time and time again, we saw Valhalla kind of put themselves at a weak position on purpose just to see how VFA Dragons retaliates. I mean, they left Do alone for a lot of the time, and VFA Dragons struggled just to secure a kill onto him. I mean, Do, with all due respect, with the movement that was coming in from him, I mean, how can you chase down the ship at that high of a velocity? I mean, the man is literally, for those who play TF2, just scout jumping all over the place.
Yeah, the alt fire from Shiv giving you a bunch of momentum. Do was able to keep really safe. I like what you did there. All due respect. But yeah, we saw really good movement from a lot of Valhalla, and that just supplements their good mechanics to be able to chase down kills that they really had no right to be able to do. And so, great fundamentals from all of Valhalla. But remember, this is a best of 3, so VFA Dragons will have a chance to come back into this. We'll see if they've learned from perhaps their drafting mistakes or just macro errors, and we will see them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here. I'm going to be hopping between both streams just so everybody knows. I've said it a couple times. I'm not actually casting any games today, so I'm kind of behind the scenes checking everything, making sure everything's running smoothly. So, a couple updates for you guys. First of all, prize pool. Peyote Queen has just donated $760 to the prize pool, which doubles it. And not only have they done that, but they've also pledged to get it to the next 1,000. Now, if you click on the ! Donate link, it's not reflected right now because the transaction is currently pending, but Peyote Queen has donated to previous events in the past, so, you know, I trust them. They've donated a significant sum of money, and they've also pledged, you know, to get it to the next 1,000. So what that means is that if nothing changes, the prize pool will get to 2,000, but if we get the prize pool to $2,001, then Peyote Queen will get it to 3,000. Which means that they'll have donated a total of something like $1,700 to the prize pool, which is absolutely absurd. So, you know, Admiral and Soren, what do you guys think about that? Isn't that insane how we can get like such donations? Like, that's crazy, no?
Yeah, it is. We've seen a whole lot of support from the community here at Death Slam events, so we really appreciate all of y'all being here, supporting our streams, and then, of course, contributing in whatever ways you can. If you're not donating to the stream, then no worries. We know that you only donate what you can, what you got in excess. So we appreciate you being here and just supporting us by being a viewer. So big thanks to everyone out in the community.
Yeah, 100%. So we just saw game 1, VFA Dragons versus Valhalla. A bit of a one-sided match. I will say, I was hoping VFA Dragons were going to put up a bit more of a fight, but just Valhalla is one of the top North American teams. VFA Dragons is playing on ping and everything, and VFA Dragons is not like a top European team either. So I think it was kind of the expected result for Valhalla to win game 1. In game 2, I would personally like to see, you know, VFA Dragons go for a little bit more of like early game dominance, or try to, because I just feel like they were on the back foot from minute 1. Obviously part of it is laning skill, but also I think their draft had lanes that were kind of underwhelming in general. Is there anything you guys would like to see from VFA Dragons in the second game?
Yeah, actually, I agree with you completely, Deathy. I think when it comes into their composition, they were playing 3 squishy gun characters. So early on, I mean, if you are not having that lane prio with those gun characters, you're going to get picked out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and one hero that we might see to try and mitigate some of that, if they still want to play this kind of a pick-off style, we could see like an Ivy come in, maybe? I feel like that would help to just manage the waves a little bit, and then also be able to support heroes later on. Like, maybe not a hard support like a Kelvin, but just someone to deal out some debuffs during an actual team fight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see the Ivy. So one thing, a couple differences between regions is that right now in Europe, Ivy is actually like fairly highly valued. Like you'll see her, like we saw in the Night Shift, which is the new Fight Night. We saw her banned very often in the second phase. You know, people value the Ivy because of the mobility quite a lot. I will say, if your struggle is like, hey, we fell behind on the laning stage quite a bit, then Ivy is probably not the wisest pick, but Ivy is good at like equalizing, just kind of neutralizing a lane, but it's kind of hard to win lane with Ivy. But I do think that she's a very valuable hero. I actually really liked VFA's Dragon draft start at the beginning of last game. What they did, I talked about it in chat a little bit, but for those that may not have picked up, I don't know if this was their idea, but essentially Valhalla banned Vindicta. That was their first ban. And then VFA Dragons picked Pocket, which at first looked a little weird, but then they followed it up with Abrams and Kelvin. And to me, my understanding of that is like they're taking advantage of the fact that Valhalla banned Vindicta, an anti-tank hero, and then they took the other anti-tank hero in Pocket, which does percent damage and anti-heal, and then they picked two of like the tankiest, brawliest heroes in Kelvin and Abrams with a lot of sustain, a lot of tank. So I thought their draft setup at the beginning was really strong, but then I didn't love like the last 3 picks, how it went about.
Yeah, I think it started off pretty well. They definitely had a strategy, but I don't know. You picked 3 heroes who were in mostly the same slot. At the end there, as you said, the Haze, the Wraith, the Infernus, they all want to play kind of the same style, and then nobody was there to help them win lane, and Valhalla just kind of took all of those heroes. So I want to see VFA Dragons pick some heroes who are able to stand up to Valhalla's pressure, because if Valhalla are able to get the same kind of early lane game and then just pressure in the mid lanes and then to be able to win those early fights, that's where we saw VFA Dragons just really never have a chance in the match. So I want to see them draft some of those heroes.
But speaking of which, we already get to see a Holiday ban and a Yamato. Again, both these characters last time around, we saw them get banned. And for the most part, Holiday, again, is that character right now that is just really good at being mobile, really good with the ultimate, and as well is currently pretty strong with the damage.
Yeah, the difference is that this time we see Valhalla ban Holiday in the first round, whereas last time, as Deathy mentioned, they banned the Vindicta. So Holiday was banned in the second round last time, so we could see VFA Dragons try and pick Vindicta here, or maybe Valhalla left it open because they have the first pick this time and they can first pick Vindicta.
I think Valhalla, as well as a lot of teams right now, if they have first pick, Vindicta. I was going to say they were going to prioritize the Warden because they have, DMB who's really, really good on Warden, and also it's a good team fight start. But honestly, Vindicta first pick, it's hard to go wrong with it. I do think you open yourself up to potential counters, but you do start with like a Disabler as well as Shred. Vindicta just has like a ton of utility and flexibility. You can play her with more souls, you can play her with less. Like, she always has value with Crow and Stake, and she has a strong laning as well. And then VFA Dragons reply with Ward and Pocket.
Yeah, something I think I was going to bring up for this one. With Vindicta being in the hands of Valhalla, I think I'm a little bit more scared of that because I think in terms of, and speaking of which, the Paradox get picked again for the side of Valhalla. I think Vindicta right now, as it currently stands when it comes to this high elo composition, is Vindicta is just that character right now that can be built in two different ways, right? You get to see the gun carry Vindicta, and then you get to see the Echo Shard root Vindicta, which is just commonly typically seen with Vindicta. I mean, it's just free CC all the time. I mean, debuff reduction only does reduces it once. So again, with Echo Shard in the hand of Vindicta, that's just another stun coming in.
Yeah, we've got the Viscous pick here, and I can just hear like Goober in my head just talking to me, and just like I've played with Goober for so many months, and if I ever picked Viscous for him when I would draft for our team into Vindicta Mirage, he probably would have killed me. Like, it's just, unfortunately, the Viscous Ball ultimate is so bad into all of these heroes. I'm pretty sure the Paradox swap still bugs your FOV when you get swapped, so you can't see anything in Ball. Mirage and Vindicta both shred you, so your ult actually doesn't make you that tanky. And on top of that, Stake prevents you from going anywhere, and Tornado also lifts you in your ult. So Viscous here can be played more supportive around the cube, etc., but you're gonna struggle to get value from your ult here.
Yeah, I feel like Vindicta's also just really good against the rest of VFA Dragon's comp. It's really good against the Warden Last Stand. If you can't move anywhere, you can't chase anyone down with that. And then the Pocket as well has less escapability because you're rooted. You still got abilities to be able to survive it, but so far, I feel like VFA Dragons are just kind of picking into what Valhalla has.
Yeah, again, this is what we saw last time around. I mean, Valhalla is just picking the characters that are just really good at kind of also being at a certain distance, right? I mean, one thing that VFA Dragons was struggling when it came into the last matchup was being able to follow up against certain characters. I mean, we saw them time and time again dive one person, and then Valhalla just immediately just skedaddles the other direction.
Yeah. 7 ban makes a lot of sense from the side of VFA Dragons. I mean, you don't want to give them triple shred, They already have double shred in Mirage Vindicta. If you're giving them 7, then the only shred character that would be left in the game after that would be Ivy. They banned Kelvin on their side, which I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, one thing is they probably don't want to pick the Kelvin for themselves on the side of Valhalla, because Kelvin is quite bad into the VFA Dragons comp, and VFA Dragons have shown that they highly prioritize it, so that's probably the logic Valhalla is going for. And then we've got Abrams, which also is clearly beloved. It looks like VFA Dragons really love these brawly, tanky comps. Like, they really like playing that style.
Yeah, but it didn't quite work out for them last time because they were just never able to win lane. I feel like they've got a little bit better now with the Warden and the Viscous. They're at least able to hold their own in lane. Warden, of course, doing pretty good, but I mean, what do they pick here to try and actually win? They've got a lot of tools to hold their own, but not a lot to press the advantage.
I think another issue that also came around as well with VFA Dragons is something that we were talking about, that the item composition that they were really kind of focusing on. The one issue right now that currently stands with Deadlock is if you are behind, you can't really buy the good expensive items to counteract a lot of what Valhalla was comping into. I mean, for the most part, Abrams is going to struggle to get in if there's no Warp Stone in their pocket, or for instance, Phantom Strike. So if Abrams doesn't have any of those engagements, I mean, can VFA Dragons really follow up against Valhalla, who has a Vindicta who's just flying around, a Paradox who can just, run away with the buff in hand, and then Mirage who has Tornado? There's only so much you could do.
Geist here, I really like Geist. I actually feel like Geist is a really solid answer to a lot of what VFA Dragon's comp wants to do. Swap is generally better against tankier targets, you know? Like Abrams and Warden, if they get swapped, you can melt them down very quickly sometimes. Like Warden ults in, you swap him, he's like, you know, 20% HP, you can burst him down. Similarly for Abrams, right? Because swap is like percentage, and so it's very, very, very valuable. And then the Sinclair with the control, and also you can steal Warden ult, you can steal Pocket ult. So very strong picks, and whoa, VFA Dragons, no hesitation. They knew what they wanted.
I'd like the Sinclair here from Valhalla. They've got pretty much the same comp as last time, but with Vindicta instead of Warden. A little bit less tankiness, but more CC. But then VFA Dragons go with the Bebop. I feel like this is pretty good. It plays into a lot of what they want to do, and it also helps with some of their chase down. But the thing about Bebop is that he's really hit or miss. If you hit a lot of your hooks, he can do a lot of damage, but then if he's just not having a good game, or if Valhalla managed to pick him off at range, it's not going to do a whole lot. So this is going to come down really to the skill of the Bebop player that VFA Dragons have.
I would also like to mention as well that Valhalla just has a lot more escape tools if they decide to get hooked on, if they get hooked on by the Bebop. I mean, Lady Geist has ultimate, Mirage has Tornado, Paradox can just, again, wall and then just buff themselves out, Vindicta can fly away, Sinclair has Spectral Assistance, so these are characters that it doesn't even matter if Bebop is going to be able to secure a hook onto them. If they have these abilities in hand, I mean, that's just a free getaway for the side of Valhalla.
Yeah, I'm curious what Valhalla's going to last pick here. I think looking at this, they are missing like maybe a little bit of frontline, but at the same time, they don't necessarily need it with the way that their comp is. I think that a Mo and Krill would actually not be terrible here. It looks like they're going to opt for Wraith, a little bit more damage. I mean, their comp has a ton of damage, but they also have a lot of squishy heroes, right? I could see a world, so obviously Valhalla is the better team on paper, and last game they proved that, so I don't know if it's going to matter, but I do see a world where VFA Dragon's comp could actually become very problematic. If this Abrams ever gets to his Phantom Strike timing against these heroes, he can one-shot Wraith, he can one-shot Vindicta, like he can take down a lot of these heroes, and it could be quite problematic. And I also feel like VFA Dragon's team fight is actually quite strong. Valhalla have a lot of like very, very like high damage output heroes, but if the game is even, and we saw last game, VFA Dragons was able to win team fights and make them close even when they were down 30k. And that's one thing the European teams are really good at, is just like playing together and making stuff happen even when they're behind. And so I actually think that VFA Dragons have better odds this game. Now, of course, then maybe they'll be down to 10k at 10 minutes, and I'll be like, well, it doesn't matter, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like Valhalla are missing on that tankiness. I was really expecting a Shiv there for the last pick instead of the Wraith, because they did pretty well on it last time, but I don't know. The Wraith here is a bit of an interesting one. As you said, they've got a lot of damage, but then not a lot of tools to survive. They've got the mobility, but then, I don't know, just the health pool is missing. If they get slowing hexed, I feel like that's going to be a strong item there for VFA Dragons. They really get shut down.
Yeah, I agree with you on that as well. But also another thing as well, Valhalla is just really good at baiting in for the one kill, right? I mean, for the most part, we got to see dude by themselves for most of the game, and VFA Dragon's retaliation for that was just chase him down. And what ends up happening is they waste so much time and resources chasing down the one carry. As a result, what ends up happening is Valhalla would just push out the other objectives. I mean, if VFA Dragons keeps trying to do that in their jungle, I think Valhalla is just going to take this easily as they did before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see that for sure. On one hand, I will say that from a lane perspective, Valhalla are a little bit weaker this time, but their lanes are still like incredibly strong, right? Vindicta is a really strong laner. Paradox is a really strong laner right now. Mirage is Mirage. You know, Mirage is a little bit weaker, like level 1 and stuff, but he's still Mirage. Geist is also still Geist, even though she's been nerfed. Sinclair, like a lot of these are traditional like lane stompers. The only really weak laner they have is Wraith. On the side of VFA Dragons, they have a little bit less lane stompers. We've seen Viscous in North America be very highly valued as a very strong laner, especially with the right click and the express shot build and all that stuff. We saw Low Main in Night Shift, you know, kind of do really well. And every time that people are playing against the Goober team, it's banned. Whereas in EU, it's not really seeing that. So maybe we'll see VFA Dragons kind of pull ahead on that front. But I think if they manage to just have decent lanes, maybe if they're only behind by a little bit at 10 minutes, like if they're behind by 3-4k, I think we'll have a good game. If they're behind a lot, then unfortunately they're probably gonna get snowballed by the mobility on Valhalla.
Yeah, that seems about right. If VFA Dragons do have more tools to be able to stall out a lane this time, I feel like Viscous and Bebop, while they struggle to push a lane, it's really hard to win lane against them. Like Bebop hook under tower or the Hyper Beam just clearing your wave and making sure you can't peek out is pretty strong to stall a lane. And then kind of similar story with the Viscous Goo Ball. It's going to be harder for Valhalla to push into towers, but they've got so much Spirit Poke that I still feel like it's not going to be a huge problem. But as you said, VFA Dragons, I think, have a bit of a better shot this time, at least.
I also feel like, as well, for the side of VFA Dragons, I think it's just going to be really reliant on whether or not they're going to be able to secure those early kills. I mean, something that we saw earlier with Valhalla was just how good they were to keep pressure in lane. I mean, they were able to get kills at 2 minutes, which I think is incredibly good. I mean, for them, VFA Dragons was just struggling just to at least keep themselves alive, and as a result, they either had to give up Guardian at 4 minutes, or they just had to come back into base and heal, and then let them just free farm off of it.
Yep. With that said, we'll be getting into the game very, very shortly. So, you know, my prediction here is, you know, we'll probably still see Valhalla on top, but I do hope it'll be more competitive. I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you so much for joining us for the Death Slam Invitational. Take it away.
All right, Warden already hyperlined right off the zip. That's a good start there for Idri, but we are going to see the Bebop and the Warden, a strong lane combo against the Paradox and Mirage. So got to be very careful of these Bebop hooks because you can very easily get caught out here if you're Valhalla, but you got strong poke in the meantime. Meanwhile, on the left side lane, very strong poke for VFA Dragons. You got the Viscous and then the Pocket, who's got to stay safe from the Sinclair and the Wraith. So really good pressure, I think, there for them to be able to take out this Pocket. But of course, Afra on the Goo Man is going to make sure that his lane partner doesn't go down too early. And then the right side, Vindicta and Geist, that's a lot of Spirit Shred against the Abrams and the Infernus. So I feel like Dexter's going to have a really rough lane here. But VFA Dragons do at least have a chance of being able to fight back this time. I really feel like their advantage is going to come in that mid lane if it comes at all.
Yeah, I have to agree with you with that. And as well, when it comes into them playing a little bit more safer, I think VFA Dragons kind of went into this a little bit with their head up high, but now they're starting to realize that they have to, you know, play with a little bit more of their noggin just to be able to, you know, understand how Valhalla is playing. I mean, look at this. I mean, VFA Dragons is doing great damage off of Valhalla already. I mean, that mid fight was pretty good for both of them. They got to trade out a little bit of damage. So I think that's just VFA Dragons kind of being like, okay, you know what? We learned from our last game. Let's not do the same things that we did before. Let's try to get into this and play a little bit more even-minded.
Yeah, Bebop's already damaged, but they're the Paradox. She got caged earlier. She's down to half HP, and Do could fall here. Paradox, not the tankiest of heroes, so he does manage to escape, but now the Mirage, very low as well. So, as we said, this mid lane here, kind of looking good for VFA Dragons. Rin0 is a bit low, but Idri's still looking somewhat healthy. That Warden is going to be able to put out a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think VFA Dragons is also respecting a lot more Valhalla when it comes into taking those fights. I mean, they understand that Valhalla can tower dive them pretty early on. So I really think Valhalla is also understanding that VFA Dragons is starting to pick up a little bit on their nuanced playstyles. So I think VFA Dragons might have a bit of a stronger hand this time around.
Yeah, it could be. Man, Rin0's looking for that hook. Manages to interrupt one healing right, looking for the second, doesn't find it, but he's got the hook. There we go. He catches DMB on that Mirage. He's got the Tornado to get away, though, so he'll remain safe. Yeah, this right side lane, you can see how far up Valhalla are pushed, and that's where they're going to find the first blood. Dexter goes down, the Abrams just getting shredded by the Vindicta Crow, and then the Geist bombs and everything. When you're rooted to the ground, it's really hard to escape Geist's damage, so that's a good first pick off there for Valhalla. I feel like this is their strongest lane. Left side is an advantage for them as well, but this is where they're really going to turn up the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one downside of VFA Dragons not having the Kelving in their hand is they're not able to pressure on League. I mean, League is just being able to get free farm from this one. Dexter is going to struggle in this lane. Kind of interesting that VFA Dragons decides to put Dexter in against League. I mean, Vindicta is one of those characters that's just really annoying to deal with if you have no range to counteract against them. So again, ooh, the parry comes in. Look at that timing on this one. The cube is going to get procced onto Afera. Afera is going to get nice and healed up, and he's going to come out of this alive.
Great parry, but not able to get the kill there. One effect of removing those side teleporters, though, is that you're not able to do lane swaps as easily, so there is a bit more RNG, or at least, like, luck, maybe not random number generation, but luck in how your lane matchups fall out. So Dexter, I don't imagine this was a conscious decision to have the Abrams against the Vindicta, but because those side TPs are gone, you can't swap nearly as easily. There you go, Scout getting hooked in. Again, will take a lot of damage, but no kills so far in this mid lane.
Also, getting great bomb stacks on this Ranger already at 10%, plus 10 already at 4 minutes, which is pretty solid for the most part. I mean, I think they're also respecting as well the fact that Bebop is in the lane, so Scout is kind of struggling to keep the pressure on. I mean, Scout can only do so much before they get punished out here by Rengio. But even then, though, I think right now both these teams, in comparison to what we saw last game, where Valhalla took all Guardians at 4 minutes, Valhalla is actually at a position right now where they have to respect VFA Dragons, and Do gets taken out already. League secures another kill for themselves with the assassination. Unfortunately, Dexter is going to get taken out, and look at that, and a nice little buff for him.
Yep, Infernus there is gonna try and push that wave. It looks like he backed off before taking the solo wave, trying to get Dexter back into this game, but Dexter was really low throughout the last couple of minutes in that lane, so League finally finds the snipe onto him and takes him out. It's just kind of unfortunate that Do goes down there. It was a great flame dash from Yonosora, and now the swap comes in this mid lane. Finally, Valhalla trying to get some pressure in this lane, but there you go. There's Renjiro found. Scout's now caged up.
Scout getting caged up. Actually, I will say the timing on that healing aspect as well was just perfect. I mean, Scout timed it to the point where he was able just to get that healing right proc down there. But also as well, VFA Dragons is relying a lot more on Rengio to secure some stacks and secure a little bit more CC for them. Valhalla is just gunning them down. I mean, League is literally in the league on his own. He's just flying around poking Dexter out. Dexter can only do so much, which is just cry in lane because Vindicta is going up against Abrams.
Yeah, this is just kind of an awful matchup for him. It's not a super big shock that we've seen him die already a couple times. While Vindicta's up there in the air, he's just kind of staring aimlessly, especially if he doesn't have Seismic Slam. But here we go. Here in the mid lane, we're seeing Valhalla push their advantage. That Hyper Beam keeping the members of Valhalla away. There comes the swap to try and do something, but that Guardian's looking real low.
I don't think it's not gonna fall. Unfortunate Scout with the paradoxical swap at the perfect timing takes out Rengio. Rengio unfortunately doesn't get the parry onto for the Guardian, but Valhalla, it looks like, is going to secure their Guardian for them. And League is by themselves on the high ground with 165 HP. And look at this dude. Comes in with the save, goes in against this burn, and League with the snipe from downtown.
Looking like a Valorant player with how hard he held that angle. All right, there you go. That's the right side one for Valhalla. This mid lane looking to be about even with the kills and then the Guardians. So VFA Dragons, I mean, it's about even, but debatably losing this lane where we thought their advantage was most potent. So not really an advantage shipping out for them in any lane so far. Oh, good parry.
Oh. My ankles hurt after watching that.
Yeah, and that's that mid lane. Valhalla taking a further soul advantage there. Valhalla have a soul advantage pretty sizable for not a whole lot of kill advantage, but that's what comes when you've got League getting the snipes with every single kill, and then the rest of Valhalla just taking all the boxes that they can. I feel like Valhalla just have such better knowledge of how to play this early lane. They're getting more damage, they're getting more souls, and that meant that they had their ultimates before VFA Dragons, and so this tempo, Valhalla are just keeping it pushed.
Yeah, and VFA Dragons were able to keep a little bit of their Guardians alive for just a short time longer than they were before. But again, VFA Dragons learned from a little bit before of not having to challenge Valhalla so early on. But Valhalla, again, is just really good at being able to play together as with their laning duo. I mean, respectively, each character is just doing a great job of, you know, playing off of each other. I mean, unfortunately, Dexter does get taken down right there. That's going to be another death for him. And Bloods is just pushing it on into Guardian. Goes ahead and passes telekinesis on Furufuka. And unfortunately, again, VFA Dragons is just struggling just to keep their legs in the ground. I mean, only so much you can do.
Yeah, look at Dexter's Souls and Minjiro's a little bit as well. 5.4k at 9 minutes. I mean, everyone else is looking pretty healthy. Like, Zerbzi is really the only one from Valhalla struggling. Even though he won that lane, I feel like he's given over a lot of his souls to his laning partner. And VFA Dragons are just kind of struggling to get back into this one again. There we go. They got to pick onto DMB right before these buffs come up, but there's nowhere where they've got a decisive advantage except maybe that left lane.
Yeah, and Valhalla is working together as a team to secure kills. I mean, look at this. Valhalla comes back onto to retaliate for DMB as that's just, again, the timing on everything. Valhalla comes back from a fight. They get together as a team. League comes in from a different lane to help out Scout. VFA Dragons, just to secure a kill, pop ultimates. But again, if you don't have your team to follow up with it, are you really going to be able to do anything with it? I mean, it's just proccing the ult, and that's about it.
And now Dexter getting got on with the Rabbit Hex, and then his own ultimate used against him. He goes down for, what, the 4th, 5th time this match already? He's not having a great game so far, and Yonosora will go down as well. That means Valhalla will have a decent advantage here with the buffs and the urn coming up. There's a brawl going on here between two melee-ish characters. The rest of Valhalla are here to clean up.
The Magic Man just punching out for Solar, and I think it's funny that the magician's favorite trick is to punch.
Yeah, you can't parry while rabbited, I suppose. That's audience maybe not reading their waivers carefully enough, but all right. Scout now deciding that he's going to play the same sort of gun paradox style as we saw last game, the Battle Fest, the greedy cultist sacrifice being picked up already. Yonosora looking like he might go down again, but he's doing a really good job of keeping the pressure here on this right side lane by himself. That enables Valhalla to go for that farm as brutally as they like.
I mean, Dude by themselves. Oh, the Paradoxal Swamp! Here comes Dude coming down barely alive. The last stand, unable to be activated. It's gonna get canceled out by Scout, who comes in at the perfect time. I mean, time and time again, we're seeing Valhalla come in for the support for their teams, come in for their teammates who are dropping so low that they can just get immediately executed. And look at this, Afera trying to go in with this goo ball form, but unable to keep the pressure onto DMB. Afera is gonna get taken out again. Scout from out of nowhere to come in with the Paradox support.
Someone start a counter of how many times that Zerbzi or Scout save someone's life who's on 1 HP, because I guarantee it's in the double digits by now. They're doing such a great job of coming in onto these fights, using the mobility well, and then using their kit with whether it's the Rabbit Hexes or the audience participation or Scout with paradoxical swaps. Like, just time and time again, they're saving their teammates from an untimely demise. Finally, VFA Dragons will find this third Guardian, but they're already down by over 10,000.
I mean, if we hit that 20k difference, Valhalla is going to just secure the game. I mean, we keep saying this and we sound like broken. Oh my god, they just punched the poor Morden down to death.
Yep, and Sinclair using the ball just because he can. A little bit of mobility here to come back and answer the wave. But again, because you use it, you're lowering your cooldown by a good bit. I believe the only ultimate that doesn't have a lower cooldown if you use it is the Dynamo Black Hole.
Yes,
and then Nefera waiting here for his execution.
The untimely demise. The cube form can only keep you alive for so long. I mean, you are stuck stationary for that. You do get a little bit of slide if your teammates help you out there, but again, with no teammates around, Afera is just going to fall. And with an 8-second timer, I mean, look at this. The urn is already on the side of Valhalla, but Valhalla can only do so. I mean, the side of VFA Dragons, but VFA Dragons can only do so much to keep this urn for themselves. I mean, Valhalla already is gaining that 20k lead. That's so scary in Deadlock because, again, as the current meta stands, it is so hard to come back, but it doesn't even matter because here it comes. Valhalla is going to fight for this Walker. The combustion gets procced onto this, and Yonosora trying to get the kill onto this Mirage, who's dropping really low. No tornado in hand. DMB gets taken out. Dude secures the Walker, and Valhalla comes in to retaliate for VFA Dragons, who gets taken down. And unfortunately, there goes Fern on a 20-second timer.
Valhalla are feeling themselves. there's two statements made in quick succession about how much Valhalla are winning this game. First, you've got the urn being on the side of VFA Dragons, which, because it's that first urn at the 10-minute mark, the difference has to be 15% rather than the usual 10% to be favored for any one side. And if that happens at 10 minutes, something's gone wrong for the other team. So it's on the side of VFA Dragons, and yet Valhalla still turn it in, and then immediately after, they're pushing behind a walker to take the kills and the objective. Again, this is happening at 13 minutes. This might be, understandable if it was 10 minutes on later in the game, early 20s or something, but Valhalla are doing this really early into the game. This is not looking like VFA Dragons will survive much longer than they did last game.
No, it doesn't look like it. And on top of that, League with the Vindicta is just securing snipe after snipe, left to right. Dexter gets taken down. VFA Dragons trying to secure a kill onto League, but look at the movement on League. No flight in hand, is still able to get out. Yansura is trying to proc some damage onto Do, but is unable to follow up. Again, with that solely difference, Valhalla is just sustaining themselves time and time again on every single fight. I mean, when you have Xerxes and Scout in your pockets, I mean, there's only... Oh, speaking of Pocket, here goes Pocket stealing the buff!
Yeah, I was about to say, well, it's VFA Dragons that have the Pocket, but, I mean, they might not have him for much longer with how badly Scout is going after him. He's already used the Paradoxical Swap, and there you go. Buds comes in for the assist. And Furfurka... Fufurka? I'm sorry. EU names. But there you go, the Pocket goes down.
Alright, Pocket's down. Furfurka is taken down. The 13-second timer. Again, Valhalla is taking every single advantage they can. 30 seconds on Paradoxical Swap. I just realized that cooldown is that low already. But again, it's Paradox. Paradox is just that character that it is essentially the whole design purpose is go and get out and then, let your team have the fun while you run away, because you can either play the character super squishy or super tanky, but as it stands, Scout is playing it as the literal savior from mid.
Yep, and now Valhalla have the urn again. 16 minutes, they're looking to dunk their second urn on the enemy's side of the map, while they're also pressuring this mid walker. They don't have to be on the right side of the map because they already took that walker. So they can focus all 6 members over here on this left side, and VFA Dragons still have to answer their waves. But here we go, the fight is starting.
The fight goes on for Urn. League already being able to secure a kill onto Dexter. Here comes the last stand. The ultimate is in. Yudri trying to go and keep this fight alive for the team, but it's just taken down. Last stand can only keep you alive if you're this fed, but no, Yudri is going to get taken down. VFA Dragons is down 3 players. The combustion gets activated, but it's going to be another secure kill for the side of Valhalla, who is just dominating VFA Dragons and underneath Walker as well. Rengio down to quarter HP is going to go ahead and zipline out of there. Valhalla securing another walker as they go ahead and secure onto blue. Broadway walker is going to be taken down again. Valhalla, they are at the Vikings doorstep here every time.
So far, it's looking like the Vikings are the ones slaying the dragons. A bit of a mix-up there between mythologies, but even with this hook that comes in and the cage onto Paradox, she's going to be able to get out. The Kinetic Carbine, giving her a little extra move speed, but, I mean, that's just kind of a sample of how this game has gone. VFA Dragons find their ideal positioning there. They get someone hooked into the rest of the team, nearly get the CC with the Warden cage, and they just make it out anyway. There was nobody from Valhalla there to save Scout, and yet he didn't need it. The rest of Valhalla can go and safely catch their waves, knowing that their Paradox and the rest of their team, every single person on their side, has the ability to defend themselves because they're up ahead by almost 40,000 souls at 18 minutes.
Scout's movement is literally as the Scout of TF2. I mean, this man is just zooming, zipping around with Kinetic Carbine in hand. Look at this, he's back in the fight! He was half HP like 2 seconds ago, and now he's back in there with 11 kill streak.
That's what you want from a Paradox. Get in, use your abilities, get out, set up the kill for the rest of the team. I mean, Valhalla really can just force mid at any time that they like. They've got the damage with Buds and League and DMB as well. Like, they could go for this anytime that they like, and it looks like that is the call right now. They're moving over that way. They could try and maybe bait it, but they've got so much lane pressure that VFA Dragons are going to take a long time to get there.
Well, we have seen VFA Dragons take this fight once more, but here it is. The Rejuve is descending. The fight is going to be going in for mid, but I just think Valhalla is just going to go and push in for that and secure the objective. Valhalla is going to lose Buds. That's one Rejuve down, but it doesn't matter because Valhalla is just keeping the pressure on. Dude secures another kill onto it. VFA Dragons is down 2 players. Look at the movement on this lady. Guy says dude comes in from Broadway, from downtown itself, as the pressure is still on. Scout secures another kill for themselves, is on that 12 kill streak, gets the paradoxal wall onto Afera, who gets taken down at half HP. Do secures another kill onto Dexter. Dexter, unfortunately, not having the best game of today, is down another death.
That was basically a 3v1 there on the Scout, and again they couldn't confirm the kill. Valhalla still have 2 Rejuve charges. Buds did take one of them with an earlier death, but he's gonna be back in the fight very soon. And they're already taking down the shrines at 20 minutes. Like, League here looking a little squishy, but he'll be able to make it out. The rest of his team's there to cover for him. He pushed past the Guardians to be able to get that shrine, by the way. But yeah, VFA Dragons aren't able to contest that Rejuve like they would want to because Valhalla just have such map pressure here. And if there is an MVP item for Valhalla right now, I feel like it's Radiant Regeneration, because Do has escaped certain deaths so many times from the move speed with that. And there you go, VFA Dragons got completely team wiped. There's just so much damage from Valhalla. We were saying that they have a lot of damage and not a lot of survivability. Turns out if you're this far ahead, you don't need to survive. And Yonosora DCs because I think he recognizes this is over.
Yeah, this is game. VFA Dragons is going to lose this match, but look at the team play from Valhalla as they secure a win for themselves. VFA Dragons taken down. Valhalla unfortunately proving that the Vikings can take down the Dragon.
Yep, that's I mean, normally you expect the Dragon to put up a bit of a fight towards the start of a story like that, but Valhalla dominant the entire way throughout. That was nearly a sub 20-minute game right there. So 2 very quick games from the side of Valhalla, 2-0. They'll advance to our next stage of the bracket. I don't think we have any other games finished yet, but with just how fast that match was. So we'll take a look at what matches we can get to. Admiral, what else do you have to say about this match?
You know, I will have to say that I have to give my props here to VFA Dragons, because even though this time around they were able to not necessarily lose the game as fast, I want to say that they kept on their Guardians for a little bit longer. I think that they respected Valhalla a lot more, and as a result, they played a lot more patiently, I want to say. I think for the first time around, VFA Dragons was super aggressive, was trying their best to try to start every single fight, and as a result, that bit them in the butt a little bit. But Valhalla, again, they just cleaned up. They knew how to push objectives. They knew how to do every team fight. I mean, for this time around, even though League had the Vindicta in hand, I mean, look at Do. Do is just doing everything.
Do the do, that's what they say. I mean, look at the kills on the side of VFA Dragons. There's only 5 deaths from Valhalla. I believe that the ones that you get onto people who still have the Rejuve buff don't count, so there were 2 more there onto Buds and I believe DMB, who died with the Rejuve, but they came back immediately as they were pushing that in base there. So only a total of 5 kills for VFA Dragons.
Yeah, again, an uphill struggle indeed. Only so, again, like at this point, if Valhalla is pushing you under Guardians so early on, and on top of that, you don't really have the best composition to do these 1v1 fights, and if you're trying to secure kills by yourself, Valhalla is just really good at sending on to their teammates to fight by themselves, and then have someone like Scout just come in and save the day.
Yeah, Scout and Zerbsy did a really great job of protecting anyone who was in any sort of danger throughout that match. And I mean, that's just kind of Valhalla putting on a show for us. Like that, there's only so much that we can say about how well that they did. We've had about 40 minutes to say it for them, but an excellent job there by Valhalla. They will be advancing. We'll take a look at our bracket to see what else we got going on for you. We've got the other stream at Death Slam Events if anyone wants to check out the matches that we've got going on there. Looks like there were a couple other matches that finished very quickly. Hydranation with the expected 2-0 over Boston Tea Party, one of the best teams in the league or in any sort of competitive format right now. Hydranation are going to be your expected favorites. Lil Troops and LGTK still going on, but then our next matchup has been set up here in this top bracket. with Pure Kicks Puppies beating Goblin Gang 2-0. So it'll be Valhalla versus PKP, kind of a rematch from a recent match in the Deadlock Night Shift, if I remember correctly. And then down in the bottom bracket, Boston Tea Party will be awaiting the loser of LGTK and Lil Troops. And then it'll be VFA Dragons versus Goblin Gang.
I will say, who decided to name their team Pure Kicks Puppies?
I don't know.
That was a good idea.
The slightly more stream-friendly version is Pure Kisses Puppies, but we spelled it out for you, so it's not just PKP. We know exactly what Pure Content is doing over there, so just poking a little bit of fun at him, but it's all in good faith. Nobody's really taken any sort of insult to that, but all right. We've got our next matches mostly set up, just waiting on the one result from Little Troops versus LGTK. And then as soon as we have our next match set up, we'll be back to you after the break.
me up through the nighttime, keeps me dreaming through the day. Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? Wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars, wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing rhymes like purple and orange, where you can count the corners off. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, I wanna shoot past the stars. What's done is done. Oh, we'll live and die by the number 21.
Welcome back. Pretty quick first round, but here we are. We're ready. We can go to the bracket real quick. As we were speaking about it before, LGTK did go down to Little Troops 2-0, so a clean sweep across the board here for the first round. We'll be going to Hydranation versus Little Troops up here in the top bracket. There is, of course, another stream over at Death Slam Events if you would like to tune into a different match. But here we're going to be covering Hydranation versus Little Troops, the top team, by all accounts, in the region versus Little Troops, another promising team. How do you think about that?
You know what? I've seen time and time again Hydranation just kind of be this force that, like you said, they are currently right now the number one seed. Just be this force that's just really good at keeping pressure up. I think they're one of the current teams at the moment that is just really good at securing a lane and then just free farming that lane and just rotating out back and forth, getting other players to farm that lane and then get that lead again. And they're just really good at coordinating that rotation that you like to see in these kind of lane compositions, where it's like, okay, we won lane, get the warden fed, okay, switch out, get the other character fed, switch out, get the other person fed, get the other person fed, and they just keep doing that throughout the entirety of the game until everyone's just so far ahead that you can't do anything.
Yeah, if you think about what we just saw from Valhalla, winning a lane, then ganking, and then pressuring that advantage and completely denying advantage from the other team, that's what Hydranation does. I feel like maybe Valhalla did a little bit of scrim review against Hydranation and figured out what they were doing and kind of copied over the strategy. So expect to see more of the same here from Hydranation. Little Troops hopefully going to put up a fight, though. We're going to see a holiday ban similar to last game from Hydranation. But yeah, if you were watching the Deadlock Night Shift just this past Wednesday, that's what Hydranation did against all the other top teams in the region, was they took an early lead and then they completely choked out any sort of hope of recovery from there. So look for like low main on the Viscous. That was the main tool that they had to be able to do that. But I mean, you cannot ban out Hydranation. They have such deep hero pools that it's impossible to take them off of everything that they want.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. I mean, look, if Lil Troops wants to ban, yeah, I was gonna say ban the Vindicta. Vindicta is hands down the character that you want to get banned and get out of there every single time. I mean, the same said for Holiday. These are characters right now that are just so incredibly good at being annoying. So you want both of these characters out regardless of whoever's playing with them. Now, in terms of Hydranation and just being, you know, the dominant factor here when it comes to their hero pool, Hydranation also, I recommend, if they were to get another ban from Lil Troops or later down the line when they decide to ban, is getting rid of, I was going to say Yamato, and then never mind, they got the pick.
Yep, Yamato is a force to be reckoned with at the moment. We didn't see any of her last match because she was banned out in both games, but a really strong laner, and then she can also work with any sort of team comp, whether you're going for the brawls or the pickoffs or anything. And Little Troops with the first pick Viscous. That, I think, is a show of respect towards low main and the rest of Hydranation, but then also a pickup for some of their players. I know they've got a couple good Viscous players on their roster, so wow, that's a start to a draft right there. Viscous Paradox. I don't think it's terrible. I do think that it is interesting, though.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. And another thing as well that we've been seeing from our previous matchup when it came into Valhalla and VFA Dragons is we see the support characters being picked out first rather than the damage characters, and I think that's also really good because later down the line when the enemy team is picking out all their damage characters first, you get to essentially build the counter pick mentality and be like, okay, you know what, they're gonna be going against the Fur, maybe we should get something else, you know, or like, hey, they got the Wraith, you know, go something else, they got the Haze, let's go something else. And I think in terms for Lil Troops, I think that's a lot better in comparison to for Hydranation picking their main carries first.
Yeah, but it is sort of a double-edged sword because it means that Hydranation are going to get their pick of the litter for what damage characters that they want. You know, if they want the Mirage or the Warden or the Shiv, the Infernus, the Wraith, they've got whatever they want here because Little Troops haven't taken away anything from them. They might suffer some consequences later on in the draft because the Little Troops will have taken these more supportive type heroes, but Hydranation right now have a pretty big choice to make with how they want to set up their composition with these second and third picks. I know that they like the Lady Geist right now, and they've done really well on her, so I might expect to see that early. Not sure about in this first half here before the second phase of bans. Could also, of course, see the Warden. They've got an excellent performer on that in Hydration, and of course any of their players able to pick up most things. But here we go. All right, that's the Mirage, a very good pickup, and the 7 as well. Another hero we didn't see last time, but there you go, Hydranation with 3 very scary damage heroes.
Oh god, that is going to be terrifying. I think Little Troops is in for a really good matchup here because 7, again, even though we didn't get to see him last game, currently 7, even though the nerfs were minuscule, 7 is still really good.
That he is. I mean, that Stormcloud is really hard to deal with. Like, yes, you can zone away from it, but you've got characters like Yamato and Mirage to chase you down, and if you're being zoned away from the fight, that means you're probably losing whatever objective it was that you were fighting over. So, Hydranation with a really good comp to just focus you down in these team fights. The Warden's going to help with that a little bit, but Little Troops will ban away the Abrams to make sure that Hydranation lose some of that frontline tank and chase down, and then Hydranation, interestingly, choosing to ban away the Geist. What do you think of that?
I think it's kind of like how you said earlier, double-edged sword. I think they don't want it in the hands of Little Troops, and as much as Little Troops doesn't also want another tank character in the hands of Hydranation, I think both these teams are kind of getting rid of the frontliners that they're so accommodated to on purpose to have a different kind of a composition where they play into zoning people out, right? I mean, Hydranation, even though they have the 7, Seminole is just really broken for some reason. They thought, hey, you know what, a button that automatically affects a large area that grows over time, mind you, and on top of that, give him a secondary ability within the ultimate that does damage and knockup. I don't understand why they keep buffing this character.
He's been strong for a very long time at this point. I remember back in my days, back when 7 was a throw pick. Before he had the lightning bolt, he was a useless hero, but yeah, for the last several months, he's been very, very good. Little Troops are going to pick the Kelvin to try and help stand their ground here against the Stormcloud or anything else that Hydranation have. But Hydranation are going to respond with the Moe and Krill and the Sinclair, 2 heroes who can lock down any problematic heroes. And Sinclair is going to have some pretty good ultimates to swap here with the swap from Paradox, or actually anything else that Little Troops has over there. There's not a bad ultimate to copy.
Yeah, and Moe and Krill right now we haven't been seeing a lot of. I think primarily because a lot of players are not really confident when it comes into engaging as Moe and Krill, because again, right now as it stands, Moe and Krill works really good with teams that focus on following up. I mean, they are retaliating for the Paradox pick. Moe and Krill is really good at just holding down the person. It's the same thing with Holiday, right? These are characters that are just really good at going in, holding down the person, even though Moe and Krill doesn't have that ultimate ability that allows him to gain mobility and as well be able to, you know, push around this character, pull them into your team. They are a character that's just really good at locking down an individual target.
Yeah, with the Paradox already picked by Little Troops and Holiday banned out, your remaining options for catch heroes are a little bit limited. You've got, like, the Lash and the Bebop, but I feel like Moe and Krill plays best with Hydranation's game plan here, which is to be tanky and then just all collapse on the same people. So Hydranation really love to push the tempo, and Moe and Krill is one of the best heroes for that. A little bit better than, like, the Lash or the Bebop, who are... While they are good with that catch potential, they're also a little bit squishy. So Moe and Krill is going to help Hydranation keep pushing things forward. And Little Troops are going to go with the Infernus. Kind of a late pickup for him, but he's going to be really good with someone like the Kelvin or the Paradox to try and do the damage while they're locked down.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think Hydranation, with this composition right now, I think we have seen time and time again that when you are farming by yourself and you have characters that are so good at just coming in from the side lanes to come in and support, keep your team alive, those are the times that you really want to wish you say you have a Moen Crow or a Sinclair, or in this case an Ivy, a character that we were talking about a little bit earlier that we wanted to see get picked, because as it stands right now, she is currently very strong, an ultimate ability that is invisible to the enemy team because they have not been able to fix it or fix the visual effects for it. You know, Val, Yoshi, fix it. But regardless of it, Ivy is still really strong. Another thing that a lot of people don't also know as well, Ivy has frames when she transforms into stone form. A lot of people think it's just her jumping, but it's actually not. That's the moment she becomes untargetable, is that little jump animation. The moment that ability activates, those are her iframes.
Yeah, I love this last pickup here from Hydranation. Ivy has gone unpicked the entire draft, but she's going to be able to help maintain any sort of waves on their objectives while the rest of the team is pushing up, trying to catch people out. Little Troops go with the Lash, who I feel like is not really a great pickup here. Hydranation has built a lot of tanky heroes, not as easy to burst down. It's good against like the 7 Stormcloud, I suppose, but then the rest of the team has tools to be able to escape the Lash Death Slam. Speaking of which, this is the Death Slam events and the Death Slam Invitational. We got the merch, exclamation point merch. Just quick little plug. I saw the opportunity, had to go for it. The one thing that I feel like is in Lash's favor, there you go, right up on the screen there, is that
I didn't know we had this. This is great.
There you go, Kashi with the VFX, making sure that he can back me up on the merch plug. Thank you, Kashi. As I was saying, the Lash is able to pick up the Tank Buster. He's a very good hero at using that particular item, and Tank Buster right now is pretty strong. And Viscous and Paradox also good users of that item if they choose to build that way. So Tank Buster going to be a good item against, well, the tanks from Hydranation. So I'm interested to see Little Troops pick that one up.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, I think Little Troops picking into the Lash for the Death Slam composition, I feel like as the current meta stands, you can't turtle anymore. I think that's one of the main reasons why Lash has been so strong in these past couple metas and patches as well, is because with the change on where patrons are placed, it used to be incredibly hard to push in when there was a Lash, because you could just turtle up and just wait for the Lash to ult and then punish you for charging into there, and then you gotta, wait for your team to regroup, respawn, rejuve gets proc, 30-second delay, everyone comes back, Lash has ultimate again, and then you do the same fight, rinse and repeat over and over again until someone falls first, right? And now the way with rejuve how it works, Lash ult isn't as good as it used to be for turtling, as a result of rejuve getting changed and you just getting immediately resurrected within the first 3 seconds of the positioning where you died.
Yeah, plus with the change to the patron area, I guess this was several months ago by now, there's a lot more cubbies to be able to hide from something like the Lash Ultimate, and that goes both ways for like the 7 Stormcloud as well, but 7 at least is pretty good at pushing the advantage when you're pushing into the enemy base. Lash Ultimate not quite as good with that, and of course, as you were saying, anyone who does get grabbed by the Lash Death Slam, who's defending his patron, if they've got the rejuve, one of your main tools for being able to end the game, they'll just be able to come right back and shoot the objective again. So really you need like refresher on Lash to be able to do anything, but at that point you're going all in on a pretty risky play. So it's difficult for Lash to be able to do something, especially against with what Hydranation have drafted here. I feel like, I don't know, if Little Troops has a good Bebop, that might have been a better pickup, but we'll see how they manage to do with it as we go here into game 1. This is Valhalla, not Valhalla, that was the last game. Hydranation versus Little Troops.
Hopefully we don't see a repeat of what happened with the last game, but Hydranation, Little Troops, here we go already. And speaking of being able to go forward with it, look at this Lash Slam, unable to do some damage, but G-Freak coming in with that slam.
Yep, it's going to be the Lash and the Viscous here against 7 and Mo. Kind of a sustain lane against the damage of the 7. I feel like it's really going to be on Hydranation 7 player to be able to push that damage, because There's 3 other heroes in that lane who like to tank up. Here in this mid lane, it is chaos for Little Troops. You've got Sinclair and Yamato coming at you. That is scary. I feel like Hydranation is really going to push this lane, and this is going to be the lane that they want to snowball early off of. Over in the left side, you've got Mirage and Ivy against the Kelvin and Infernus. A pretty dangerous lane for both sides there, so that'll be one we could keep an eye on, but Ivy has the tools to be able to stall out the lane if it goes bad for Hydranation, so I really like these lane pairings for Hydranation. Right lane, maybe going to be a bit slow, but here in the mid lane, that's where they've got their biggest advantage.
Right, Hydranation, when it comes to the composition, they have a much more healthier dynamics for it. I think Little Troops, if they start to fall in towards the lines of dominoes, then I think at that point it's just back into that team fight that we've seen time and time again, where they get put in a position where they have to play in Guardian, and then they have to wait for other teammates to rotate on to push forward with a lot of their objectives. And hopefully this time around we won't see that, and we get to see a really good matchup between both these teams, as both of them are actually respecting a lot of each other's damages and keeping each other at bay.
Yeah, this Mo trying to get aggressive onto the Lash. As we said, Lash and Viscous, not the greatest with damage, but they do have the sustain, so they'll be able to heal back up after this aggression here, as will the Mo. So, again, I really feel like that this is on Rocane, this lane. If he can get farmed and get a couple of good ultimates, he might be able to do something in this lane, but if that doesn't happen, then that lane's going to last until someone comes and gets a gank off of it. What we've seen Hydranation do with their 1 lanes is that they send someone over to their weakest lane, however. So if that lane does start to go bad or just stall out completely, we'll probably see low main or AVG rotate over to there and win that lane for them if they can take care of this mid, which it looks like they've got a pretty good chance of doing.
So I think right now that I was noticing AVG taking the farm from Little Troops this early, as when he went in for the tower dive, he went in and stole some boxes and as well went in for the objective, or not for the objective, sorry, for the farm. And that's just really good soul advantage. I mean, we've seen players steal souls from enemy opponents time and time again, but AVG went in for the farm, which I haven't seen in a while, actually.
Yeah, I feel like that was off the back of getting Mott a little bit low. I'm not sure we saw when that happened, but Mott was on about half HP as he was taking those sewer boxes. So I think that's just pressure being created by the damage of Hydranation. Speaking of which, that tower's looking not so healthy.
Dropping down to half HP at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We are seeing the poke damage of AVG and Lomain. I mean, the right clicks from Yamato, the vexing bolts from Lomain. It's just, you cannot hide from any of the splash damage. That's the scary part about that comp, is you can't lane cover so safely.
There is no hiding from that damage. They will find you and they will end you. So Lil Troops having to play so passively in this lane that their Guardian's the one taking the brunt of the damage. I mean, Yamato is just basically a free lane win, it feels like, anytime that anyone picks her up. That's why we've seen her banned so often, is that she creates situations like this. I mean, they're trying to fight back there against Lomain. He's down to about a quarter HP, but it's going to be Hydranation getting the first kill there onto Durate.
Durate taking down the green goo boy. He's going to be the first one down. And Hydranation putting the pressure onto Little Troops as they manage to get the first blood onto them. And Hydranation is just, look at this, even though right now AVG secures the kill right there from Matt, but even then Hydranation is just doing such a good job with the Guardian damage. I mean, almost at 5 minutes, and look at how the Guardians for Little Troops are standing. They're at a very not good HP. The punch from Durate.
Good kill there onto the Mo. But yeah, that's the first Guardian down for Hydranation. That right side not looking so good either. AVG is going to come over there and grab the buff here in a few seconds. Looks like Little Troops maybe not quite aware of the buff timings, or else just recognizing that they can't take a fight outside of the protection of their Guardians with how well Hydranation are doing at the moment. Yeah, it's Hydranation pushing every single lane. They are not losing anywhere. And now with AVG in this right side, that's going to be a second Guardian, and you got to imagine they're going to rotate pretty quickly for that third.
See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Hydranation is rotating their characters around because they know that 7 can farm into blue lane by themselves with this Sinclair. So again, Hydranation is just really good at just rotating these characters out to keep them fed and keep them ahead, and they want to do that with Rokane. I mean, 7 is one of those characters that's just so good at running people down. There's a reasoning why he still needs to be nerfed. Get rid of passive gun abilities. Fight me on this.
There seems to be a bit of an agenda going on here, but all right. We're seeing the Ivy getting away from the Arctic Beam now, trying to take down Pop on this Infernus. He goes pretty low. There you go, the Mirage Tornado. It's going to lock him up so that they can finish him off. That's this left side now getting pushed by Hydranation. There were 3 Little Troops members over here, and they still only managed to trade. And now Lomain's coming over. He's got 5,000. That's higher than anyone on Little Troops, aside from G-Freak's Lash. So they're going to be able to push that lane as well. And as you said, Hydranation are doing such a good job rotating people around to where they need to be. They're sending their highest soul count people into lanes where they can do the most damage. And then instead of keeping 3 people on that lane and sort of self-sabotaging their souls, they're rotating that weak member out to go and get fed in the lane where they've already won. So they're doing a really good job of playing this macro game and keeping people where they need to be, and that's led to 2 lanes getting pushed all the way up to Walker.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of what you want to see for high-level deadlock. Hydranation understands that if a person's behind, they have to get them back into the game. But here comes the slam onto Lomain. Lomain's going to go ahead and steal the audience participation ultimate with the Kelvin Dome. Does get proc. Lomain gets nice and healed up, gets swapped out by the Paradox Snipe from Matt, dropping down to 200 HP. Make it 30. Is going to get taken out by G-Freak. And that's going to be 1 person down for the side of Hydranation as Lomain gets taken down.
There you go. Little Troops fighting back in this lane where they still have a Guardian. It's 3-on-1 right now. It looked like someone was going to rotate, but they may just decide to give this one up. Okay, here we go. We got Lomain and AVG coming in to defend this tower, or at least avenge it. Are they going to be able to?
As the fight procs on, it's a 3v3 situation. Here comes AVG onto the chase. Here comes the Kelvin slide once more again, but Rhino gets taken down. Lomain with the revenge kill comes in onto Little Troops, and that's going to be 1 person down for the side of Little Troops.
Little Troops had to commit so much to this lane that Hydranation were able to pretty easily respond with how much map freedom they have in other parts. And there you go. They've now taken down their 3rd Guardian. Little Troops only with 1, and they've still got so much of the map denied to them because Hydranation have their Guardians up. So this is another situation where Hydranation have taken an early lead, and they've played the macro game well enough to be able to push it into more. At 8 minutes now, you've got the full farms up from both sides and these center sacrifices, and they've got 2 members of Hydranation pushing into those center sacrifices for the enemy team. So they're once again denying resources because of map advantage. Look at these games, because this is how we, the plebeians, learn how to win our ranked games. This is how you push an advantage. This is how you win in the macro game, rotate people into these lanes. This is what we can be learning from these pro players.
I just noticed AVG is almost at 10k at 8 minutes. Make it 9 as he goes ahead and starts chasing down G-Freak. G-Freak dropping down really low. He comes in just to keep the pressure on. G-Freak gets taken out. Rokin secures the kill. Here comes the Kelvin Dome just to keep Lash alive a little bit longer. But look at this. The audience participations from Lomain transfers out. Randall gets caught into his own Kelvin Dome. It's another kill for AVG.
He just cannot be stopped. Yamato is one of the scariest characters if they get fed. I mean, you saw that he nearly won a 2v1. Like, the Kelvin was there, but it didn't really matter to AVG because he had the Shadow Transformation. At 10,000, he's just so far ahead of anything that Little Troops are doing. There's a Warden here trying to do something on the Hydranation side of the map, but if he gets caught out, this is looking really scary for Little Troops.
Ready for the turn?
Warden getting already caught out. Flaws is gonna get Rabbit Hex. Here he comes once. Lomain keeping the chase on. The Vexing Bolt does get proc. Lord wants to secure at least a stun onto him. Here it is, the combo, the HP pool onto Lord. Lomain secures a kill, and that's gonna be a nice little buff for Lord.
We talked about it during the draft. That's why they picked the Mo and Krill rather than someone like the Lash, is because they allow them to go for those chase downs and secure those kills when they're being aggressive like that. Now the buffs and the urn are up, and Hydranation, just like we saw last game with Valhalla, are so far ahead that they are going to be able to take these buffs and the urn and pressure it onto the right side of the map where they're already also pressuring a Walker.
Oh, goodness. AVG is going to get traded out for this one, but the pressure is on from Rokin as he keeps on. I mean, the 7 walking down lane, proving that he's fly. Hydration goes in for a kill, takes out Jarate. Jarate is going to be down. The green hoop in the green jar is going to be taken down. Here comes the Warden with the last stand to secure this Guardian. Flaws goes and gets the first Guardian for the side of Lil Troops, and Never mind, second Guardian. My mistake. I forgot they took out the left lane earlier for this one as the fight still keeps rocking on. The chase is Lifa goes in once more again, but Lord actually comes in from out nowhere.
Yeah, Leffa was doing a good job in the 1v1, but Hydranation are going to be able to recognize when they can bring a second person in to create an advantage. Because of some of the soul differences there, the fluctuations, Hydranation do get a medium earn. This isn't advantage for Little Troops, so that makes this a pretty easy drop-off for Hydranation with how much map pressure they have, especially on this right side Guardian. So, a good job from them at picking the earn up at the right time. If they'd picked it up at any point where they were ahead by 15%, they would have had to go all the way in between those two walkers to deliver it. But there you go. That's now a 12,000 soul advantage for Hydranation at nearly 12 minutes. So once again, we're seeing about 1,000 per minute soul lead for Hydranation.
I want to give my compliments here to Leffa and Hydration because, my God, the fact that these players are able to rotate out so quickly to support their team just kind of proves again that this is the high-level competitive nature of Deathlock. You play for the support of your team, right? You let certain characters be in the lanes and then you let other characters rotate out. Hydration once more comes in with the ultimate to keep the last Guardian alive on their side. Hydranation doing a great job of keeping their lane presence known.
And this is what Ivy does. This is why she's so good at high-level Deadlock right now, is that she's able to go into a lane by herself and completely shut down a push. You saw that Little Troops had two people there. It's the Warden and the Paradox. Nobody to be scoffed at. But Ivy, just with the Kudzu, has an unstoppable way of killing your minions, which means that you can't pressure the Guardian without a serious advantage. Little Troops are trying to create that advantage, though.
Alright, here comes Floss with the Warden ultimate, the last stand to do some damage onto this Guardian. The last Guardian is down for the side of Hydranation as Little Troops gets the flex item that they've been so needing just to keep themselves alive. But Hydranation doing good job on the walker damage. AVG comes in from the left-hand side, gets stunned out, but it doesn't even matter though, because there goes the walker, and that's an extra slot for the side of Hydranation.
Nobody from Little Troops even comes to contest that one, which is, I think, very telling of how strong ABG and Rokane are right now. 15k, 14k. Nobody from Little Troops is really particularly close to that. Mott's the closest with 12,000, but with those two together, they just kind of took that one for free. I mean, Poshipop had to back off on the Infernus, and they said it's not even worth trying to defend that after we took this Guardian. So, Hydranation using their soul advantage to take bigger objectives than Little Troops are. Yes, you give up a Guardian, but that was going to fall eventually, and you get a Walker instead, so more pressure on that left side of the map. Little Troops trying to pressure the right side right now, but Hydranation are just kind of ahead at this point. What do you think is the way that Little Troops are able to come back into this?
I'm not sure, really. I think Little Troops can fight on for earn, but I think Hydranation is just too far ahead or too coordinated to not want to give them the earn. I think Little Troops, if they wanted to respect Hydranation's force, they have to start getting they either have to start getting fighting for earn, or in this case, at least get your farm, because if not, Hydranation is just going to do exactly what they just did right now, which is just secure more souls for them.
Yep, and if you want to fight over that, Hydranation are doing a good job of sticking together, so you have to take a team fight just to get in your own jungle. And Rhino gets caught out over here next to his walker, pretty much. He's in that random bit of the jungle. Hydranation are all together, so they managed to kill him, and they are getting their walker pressured, but Rokane is fed enough that he's able to come in and kill Poshipop.
I mean, Rokane just pops the storm, doesn't even care. Walker again, AVG is just walking into Walker, getting stunned, and not a care in the world. Pops the Shadow Transformation, is going to get another Walker for the side of Hydranation. Once more, again, Hydranation proving that leaving the character to be the carry will provide you so much benefit, and you will reap the reward that you so much sow.
Oh, look at this. This is a crazy tempo play. Hydranation going for mid-boss, it looks like. They've got two members down there. They're grabbing the buffs. Little Troops have their lanes pushed out enough. This could work for them. If G-Freak gets a really big Death Slam here, they might be able to find something. But Hydration has the Stone Form to be able to cancel that out. Here we go.
it is the fight for mid boss. Here comes the ultimates once more again. Lash mainly going ahead and pulling away multiple people, but it doesn't matter. Hydranation comes in knowing very well that they can go ahead and secure this mid boss fight. G-Freak gets taken out. AVG secures another kill for themselves. Low main gets the pressure on, but it looks like it's going to be Lord fighting onto Rhino once more again, but it looks like it's going to be the Mole Man taking down the Rhino.
Has the Torment Pulse ticking you down there. Doesn't even have to melee and risk getting parried. But yeah, Hydranation somehow managed to get all 3 of the Rejuve crystals there, despite the Death Slam coming in. And even while they're taking the mid-boss crystal, they get 2 kills. So Hydranation get everything that they wanted with a little salt thrown on top. And now they're going to get the urn as well. Little Troops are quickly falling out of contention in this one.
I really hope Crayon is not watching this, because are we gonna call out the fact that someone just name dropped him right now?
All right, well, Hydranation are doing what you do with the Rejuve. They're pushing into the base, taking the base Guardians. This will at least be a first phase patron. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Hydranation try and one-up Valhalla by ending before 20 minutes.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is exactly what happens. I mean, Hydranation is keeping all their lanes pushed forward. I mean, again, this is what we always see with these high-level plays, is they focus so much on switching out, rotating characters to keep everyone nice and fed. I mean, currently as it stands, the two currently most fed players, AVG and Rokain, have been just fighting non-stop. And speaking of fighting non-stop, here comes Rokain with the ultimate. Doesn't even matter though, it's gonna get immediately taken down, but the Rejuve ult is still in their hands. Rokain gets immediately resurrected. Hydration comes in with the Stormform, secures another kill for the team. Lomane gets the friendly walker once more, but it doesn't even matter, because look at this. Hydranation doing good work on the Sapphire Shrines. They're just gonna annihilate this down, and it doesn't even matter, because they still happen to have another Rejuve and have the damage. The 3-man slash. Here comes the Kelvin Doll onto AVG. AVG at half HP secures the kill onto Greek. Hydration once more gets another trade kill. Lord pops the last Rejuve just to keep themselves alive. And here it is. AVG walks through the wall, gets taken down. Gerardi secures the kill. Hydration down 1 player. AVG, the carry, is currently fighting, or died out in the fight. It doesn't even matter though. Matt keeps the pressure onto Rokain. Rokain dropping down to half HP, quarter HP, is fighting for their lives as 7, keeping themselves alive for just a little bit longer. Gerardi secures another kill. Lomain comes in onto Pop, goes in once more for the fight. Matt secures the wall, unable to get the swamp onto Hydration. Hydration falling back, goes onto the zipline, tries to get out of there, and look at this Lomain from behind, secures 2 kills!
I mean, I was gonna say that this is turning dangerous for Hydranation because they had so many members go low after they lost the Rejuve, but then Lomain just comes back after killing the first phase patron and gets the kill onto 2. So now Hydranation have a chance to end here at 18 minutes. Here comes the Death Slam. That's gonna pick up people, and with no Rejuve, doesn't manage to get them in the fountain. Still, that's Lord and Nim going down. Leffa soon to follow. The patron is at half HP, but the last stand should be able to clean things up here, and Hydranation have to back off. Still 3 people though.
3 people in hand. Hydranation can still prove that they have the damage advantage. The soul advantage is still in their hands. 36k difference is all that matters. I mean, Rokain and AVG are still at half HP. They're going to get chased down. Gerardi wanting to be able to secure another kill for their team, but unable to keep the pressure on. I mean, look at this. Unfortunately, Pop is in a precarious situation. Gerardi comes in to support, but it doesn't even matter. AVG with the slash comes in onto it, procs the Shadow Form transformation just to keep the pressure on. Pop gets taken down. AVG is gonna get swapped out. Matt going in once more for the paradoxical swap, but look at this. Hydration coming in from behind, keeping their teammate alive. AVG is somehow alive at 700 HP.
Anyone who says that Shadow Transformation isn't a good ultimate, I want you to watch that clip back and tell me again. Because AVG used that ultimate as soon as it was off cooldown. He'd used it in the previous fight, taking the first phase patron, and he uses it the second he gets it off cooldown. And suddenly he's back at half HP. He was 1 HP, and then he uses it and suddenly he's back to half and kills 2 people. Nearly. So, Hydranation now, they did fail the patron push, but they're still ahead by nearly 40,000 souls. That's a sizable lead, especially at 20 minutes. So, they're going to pick up the urn, try and force a fight here after taking the bridge buffs. Little Troops, if they decide to contest this urn, could end up getting team wiped and lose the game, but if they don't, they just fall further behind. So a bit of a lose-lose situation here. Little Troops have a decision to make.
Hydranation has every advantage going in for this urn. I mean, the 40k lead, like you spoke about, that's about to be 50, is getting so much more larger by the second. I mean, again, as it currently stands right now, it is so hard to come back for souls. If you do not go and fight for the urn objective, you are going to be put into a precarious situation, and only so much can be done if your farm is gone. If your lanes are being pushed back, you must fight for this urn. And here it is, the urn fight indeed. Here comes the combustion ultimate, the knockback onto this Bone Crow, the Warden last stand as they go ahead and fight for urn. The paradoxal swap gets activated immediately, but look at this, that 40k lead is proving time and time again that all it matters is that you have that soul lead. Little Troops, even though they go into the fight, get taken down. 4 people, Hydranation going in. They want to end this already. 21 minutes on the clock, and they are ending this.
Not quite going to beat out Valhalla's 2020 time, but they sure gave it a shot here. This is another pretty one-sided affair for Hydranation. I mean, Little Troops, I agree with you. They had to fight for the urn, but they also knew that they were going to lose it. Like, there's just no way that you come out of that positive when you're down 40,000 souls like that. So, Little Troops, they put up a fight, but with that strong mid lane of the Yamato and the Sinclair, and then the great rotations from Hydranation and always converting on their fights. AVG with masterful work on the Yamato, just always active, always pushing an objective, getting some kills. Rokane doing much the same thing on the 7. A great performance from Hydranation.
Yeah, and I think something that Hydranation was doing really well was they were allowing Rokane to be the main fight person, right? They were allowing him to be more active in the fights while they allowed AVG to be the split pusher going in for the objectives. And that's how AVG was able to get such a huge soul lead, was because AVG was the only person going for walkers. And as currently as it stands right now, how walkers work is if there are multiple people shooting it, multiple people secure the souls, right? But if there's one person focusing on the walker, they get a majority of the souls and then split a percentage out to everyone else.
Yeah, there were usually 2 people with him. We saw Rokane and AVG pushing that one on the left side, and then I believe it was the Ivy with him for the mid-walker. But even still, that's a lot of souls going over to one person, and you see it in the stats. AVG with the objective damage, the healing just from all of the lifesteal from Radiant Regeneration, and then also the Shadow Transformation, and then, of course, the most kills. I mean, look at that. 9 kills. Nobody on the side of Little Troops has more than 4. So, just a great performance there from AVG and the rest of Hydranation. Little peek behind the scenes there at Dia's screen, but that's all right. I mean, what do you do against a team that wins lane and then just has better macro for the entirety of the match?
I mean, if anything, that just sounds like normal matchmaking to me. That's like 98% of my matches where I just lose to the macro game, even though I'm trying my hardest as a Dynamo main to, not lose my composure. But regardless of it, I think in that case, you have to start fighting for objectives, right? I think one thing that people are very scared of when it comes into fighting for the early Guardians is losing a life. A lot of people tend to forget that if the Guardian is at a low HP, just dive into it, right? If you lose 1 for it, it's much more worth it to have that flex slot rather than just holding on to it and waiting for a good team fight to be into your favor, because when a team is so far ahead of you, there's really little things you can do to catch up now.
Yeah, but I would caution that with having to make sure that your opponents are low first. If you die and take the enemy Guardian, and the other team pushes on a 2v1 and takes your Guardian as well, then you've lost out on that trade. But if you are able to get the kind of pressure that Hydranation just had there with the right clicks from the Yamato and the Vexing Bolts from the Magician, and get the enemy team low so that they can't push as much, then you've got an advantage and you can get aggressive. So a great job from Hydranation recognizing that and then creating those situations as well to be able to push their advantage. A great job to them. They go up 1-0 on this series, but it is a best of 3. As with last time, Hydranation are going to have to prove themselves again in a second match against Little Troops, but that'll be on the other side of the break.
do you see? Is it an ocean of color growing exponentially? What keeps me up through the night time? Keeps me dreaming through the day. Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? Wanna fly with the Jetsons. Wanna shoot past the stars. Wanna take you to a place you've never been before. When nothing rhymes like double and orange, where you can count the corners off. I wanna fly with the Jetsons. I wanna shoot past the stars.
And welcome back. Hydranation are currently up 1-0 against the Little Troops, led by Posse Pop. So a pretty quick game there. I think that bodes well for Hydranation to be able to take this one 2-0, but Little Troops will have a chance to be able to respond. I feel like you gotta ban out that Yamato. It is causing so many problems.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing when it comes into this draft. Another character I think that we're also going to be seeing getting banned is, I think, might be seeing an Ivy getting banned as well.
We could see it, yeah, in the second phase of the bans. It's definitely a strong hero right now to be able to just stall out a lane while the rest of your team goes and does something else. So I feel like is going to be the strategy here from Little Troops. Make sure that they can't play this really aggressive style and just snowball off of a single one lane. Draft some heroes who are good in the early game and can use that snowball to your advantage. And try and make sure that you don't lose at 20 minutes this time. That's all there is to it, I suppose. But of course, the danger with a team like Hydranation is that they have so many tricks in their arsenal that even if you survive the early snowball, they'll be able to retool and come back at you with something else. So you not only have to be able to survive, you have to create your own advantage.
Right, and I agree with you on that. Hydranation is just really good at being able to rotate around. I mean, we saw, and look at this, the Yamato's going to get banned from Little Troops, but we see Hydranation, regardless of what composition they have, they just like to play for the souls. They rotate characters out, they go into the side lanes, they go into the mid lanes. They just want people to be at a nice and healthy position so that way they can keep pressure on in every single lane.
I feel like Hydranation are always at the forefront of the macro game in NA. They're setting the playbook right now for how to play the early game in Deadlock. You make one really strong lane and let your other lanes just kind of stay safe for a little bit. And then once you've won that strong lane, preferably on Yamato, then you rotate out and have your strongest laner go and support your weakest and have them swap lanes so that you're still creating a 2-2-2 situation, but one where you're now advantaged. Hydranation are going to go with the Paradox ban as the first round. That is surprising. That'll let Little Troops get the Vindicta now.
Again, Vindicta is the character that we've been seeing that without a ban is going to be incredibly scary, but not as scary as the Holiday pick. I think that is more terrifying than the Vindicta pick.
Yeah, the Paradox being banned means that Holiday is up for grabs, so Hydranation actually with a pretty similar start to Little Troops last time. They pick a pick character in the Holiday, just not the Paradox, and then the Viscous to follow up with. So Little Troops with a Vindicta instead of a Yamato, but Hydranation, I guess, are going to show us how this draft comp works. We've seen Lomain on the Viscous do pretty well. He could be the one who does what AVG did last game and just rotate around and get all of these lanes.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be pretty scary for the side of Lil Troops because we have seen Hydranation have Holiday in their hand, and I think when it comes into just the target ultimate ability, we've seen Hydranation have incredible mobility. So that on its own, when you get pulled in by Spirit Lasso, you are doomed. There is nothing you can do at that point. But as we go ahead and see the Mirage and Warning get picked for the side of Little Troops, I think they're going to be playing into much more pushing objectives compared to what they had last time.
Yeah, Little Troops with a pretty strong start here. I honestly like this so far for them. Vindicta, Mirage, Warden, they're all really strong for grouped up fights. Vindicta and Warden in particular are able to make a very strong lane together or separately, so a good start to the strategy here for Little Troops, but they have to be able to rotate and support each other as well as Hydranation did last game, and Little Troops are, compared to at least a team like Hydranation, relatively new to the scene, so they won't have as much coordination to be able to do what Hydranation are doing, but they are still professionals, so they need to be able to work it out. Hydranation going to go with the 7 to try and help with some of that team fight and ban out the Kelvin.
That is also scary as well, because if you are playing into this composition that is much more CC heavy, the soft CC from 7 is going to follow up with Holiday. Holiday is going to Spirit Last you. Here comes the soft CC from 7, and then boom, there it is, 7's fed. So Hydranation again is doing this composition where they know that they want everyone nice and healthy. They want some good souls for everyone, and they want to feed specific characters. In particular, they have the 7 in hand, so that is going to be the character that they're going to be feeding the most.
Yep, and now Little Troops have a decision on what to ban out from Hydranation. They're going to go with the Abrams. I kind of like this. Abrams would have a tough time into Vindicta, but against someone like the Mirage, maybe? I could see that being problematic for Little Troops. I don't think that's a gimme for the Abrams, but still banning away Hydranation from being able to take good tempo hero like Abrams. And of course, we know how good Lord and M is on that hero, so you've got at least one player from Hydranation who's able to play that hero to a very high level. So Hydranation now have 3 picks to be able to round out their draft. Not all at once, they'll just get 2 for now, but I feel like they still need some more damage. So there you go. You got the Lady Geist to help supplement that.
Right, and then also as well, Lady Geist is being the kind of forward tank that they're looking for the initiation. Even though Viscous is in the pockets of Hydranation, we've seen Goo Ball not necessarily be the best thing to initiate fights. I mean, the one downside about it that a lot of people tend to forget is how difficult it is to work Viscous Ultimate into a good team fight, because one, it bounces off of walls and it's not directional. It's based on whatever direction you start off with and then hit, because then you go in the opposite direction of it. So in the middle of a team fight, say you're just bouncing back and forth between a little corner, like you did absolutely nothing but just mess around in the corner there.
Yeah, that said, Lomain is a very practiced Viscous main. He knows what to do, but he's got a pretty tough job ahead of him because of what Little Troops have drafted. They've got the Vindicta for Shred, the Mirage to be able to lock him up, the Warden able to put the cage on and slow him down with the flasks and things like that. So definitely a job ahead of him here on this Viscous. And now the Sinclair comes in with a couple of good ults to copy. Things like the Holiday Lasso, suddenly that lasso's pretty good for Little Troops as well. So I'm loving this from Little Troops so far. They've got strong lanes, strong damage, strong ults. This looks good for them.
Yeah, I mean, with the Sinclair pick as well, they have a really good, arguably one of the best CCs in the game. I mean, Rabbit Hex is the thing that literally prevents people from playing the game for a couple of seconds. And if they decide to build Sinclair into this support Rabbit Hex hybrid, then I think they have a very strong advantage to fight for objectives, fight for walkers, fight for guardians, and then also on top of that, fight for mid-boss.
Yeah, they've got plenty of damage to be able to go for a mid-boss early. That was where we really saw Hydranation put on the Jets, was after they pushed out their lanes, they went for mid-boss at something like 16 minutes. So a very early mid-boss is what helped them just completely seal up that game. Really, after that point, there was nothing that they could do to lose aside from actually throwing the match. So Hydranation are going to have to find a way to be able to counter that, but you've got one of the strongest heroes in the game at doing that with the 7. He's got some of the strongest damage if you can keep people contained in an area like the mid-boss pit or the patron area. So Hydranation have tools to be able to counteract anything that Little Troops are doing. And of course, we know how good the players from Hydranation are. I think that's got to be their biggest weapon against what Little Troops have here, because so far, I like Little Troops draft better, especially now that they've got the Mo and Krill to lock down Hydranation.
I was going to say that Mo and Krill pick is really good, because again, another form of CC that Hydranation is missing out. And kind of interesting, Hydranation picking the Lash this time around, so we are having another Death Slam in the Death Slam Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, we've largely just swapped drafts here, I feel like. Hydranation now have the Lash, the Infernus. They don't have the Kelvin, instead they have the Lady Geist and the 7. And instead of the Paradox, it's the Holiday, but largely similar comps here, just swapped sides. And Little Troops are going to round this out with the Bebop, and I feel like that's going to help against the Lash and the 7, and even the Holiday as well. So a good pickup there from Little Troops. I like their comp better, but man, Hydranation are just so good.
Yeah, I think really when it comes into the favoritism here, I think Hydranation is still playing into that composition of, like I said before, where they have everyone nice and fed, even levels around, and then get the 2 characters that they really want fed out, which this time around is going to be the Fern and the 7. So I think with time we will see Hydranation still be the early bully, and then Little Troops with the current composition that they have, they're going to be able to at least stand up into the fight a little bit longer than they did before.
So we saw Hydranation stack their 2 strongest laners into the same lane before in that mid lane so that they could rotate early. Who do you think they can do that with in this comp? Is it the 7 and the Holiday, or are you looking at something else here, do you think?
I think primarily we will be seeing the Holiday into the carry lane, and if anything, I would not be surprised if they decide to do the 7, or they decided to the Fern and the Holiday and leave 7 to kind of be like the power farmer in the side lanes, right? Because again, the character, even as it stands right now, is really good at just being able to solo farm. So again, if they decide to do this kind of method, then they are going to be focusing on having the Fern have the support character and letting the 7 be its own thing.
Yeah, we could also see the Lady Geist, I feel like. Hydranation have shown multiple players who are really strong on that hero. So, of course, she's also got the Spirit Nukes for that mid lane pressure. So, a lot of options here for Hydranation. But I feel like the general lane advantage goes toward Little Troops, because looking at their side, they've got a lot of options for who to put in that mid lane. They could go with the Vindicta and the Warden, who, of course, have so much combo potential with the Stake and the Cage. They could go with the Sinclair, doing the similar thing to what Hydranation did with the Poke, with the Mirage. Even the Bebop is, you could put him there, although I expect to see him in a side lane just because those hooks are so deadly if you can land them. So Little Troops with a lot of options on how to play their lanes, and I feel like they're going to be the ones to take the early game, then maybe Hydranation come back later.
Yeah, and one thing for sure though, if they are going to be focusing on the composition of where they want to get these early picks so that way they can keep pressure on, we might see some early deaths from Hydranation, but I don't think we'll be seeing first Guardian from Little Troops. I think we'll actually be seeing it from Hydranation, because we've seen matches before where teams get the early picks, get the early fights, and then they leave Walker at half HP, and then the other enemy team has a tendency of retaliating a lot more stronger because they come in with full HP, full ability usage, and then the other team ends up losing Guardian first. So I think, if anything, that's what we will be seeing first, is Lil Troops securing the first kills, and then Hydranation actually securing the first Guardian.
Yeah, and something that we are missing in this draft is an Ivy. We talked about her a lot in the last match, but she's not made an appearance in this draft in any of the 14... 12 plus 4 is 16. I can do math. None of the 16 slots here was Ivy picked, so I think Hydranation, that mostly came down to the fact that Little Troops picked the Moe and Krill. I feel like Hydranation would have preferred to grab that and the Ivy, but then because the Moe and Krill was picked, they had to choose a different hero for their catch in the Lash, and that meant that they had to choose someone with a little bit more damage, like the Infernus. But we'll see if Hydranation are able to pull it out here in Game 2 against Little Troops, so we should be heading into the match.
I think this time, without the Ivy, they do also happen to have a lot of high mobility, in particular as well with Lash. I mean, Lash is one of those characters that is just really good to also rotate between lanes. So again, let's see how this picks on. Without Ivy, I don't think they'll have as much rotation, but I still think they'll have a pretty good solid rotation with Lash.
Okay, we're seeing some interesting lanes come out here. We've got the Lash and the 7 against the Warden Vindicta, a very scary lane from Little Troops. But here in the mid lane, Hydranation have actually chosen to put the Holiday and the Viscous... Never mind, they're rotating now. So Holiday and Viscous will be going up against the danger zone of the Warden and Vindicta, a little bit more survivability there, and the Lash and the 7 will be coming over here to mid against the Moe and Krill and the Mirage. And then on that right side lane, you've got the damage combination of Infernus and the Lady Geist against the poke combination of Sinclair and Bebop. What do you think about these lane matchups? Because I think it's pretty interesting.
I think it's super interesting that they rotated after the lane swap. I wonder if that's something that they were kind of anticipating to do, because when this happens in my games, it doesn't work out this well.
We're seeing both sides try and counter lane swap, and we might see a 4v4 here in between these lanes at less than 2 minutes. This is deadlock for you.
This is deadlock indeed. They're early burger boxing as they go in. Once more, Girardi's going to get stunned out from the fight for a couple seconds. But this is kind of interesting, because this is the first to first where both these teams are rotating to counter pick each other.
Yep, and they had to go back and just end it without any kills because that left lane, they were going to lose the souls from the minions in early game. You can't let that happen. So it does end up with, well, actually it's kind of mixed up lanes. You've got the Viscous and the Lash now, and then the Holiday 7 for Hydranation. I kind of like these matchups better now for Hydranation. Unfortunately, your mid lane is quite weak, so expect Little Troops to push the advantage there and try and do what Hydranation did last time. But this left side and the right side, I'd say, are a little bit in favor of Hydra.
Most definitely. And one thing's for sure, though, I think I want to give my props to the Little Troops to copying what Hydranation was doing and just swapping everyone out. I mean, they did not take it on the chin here. They decided, hey, you know what? We're going to do the same thing that you're doing. And as a result, everyone's all over the place.
Yeah, we saw it happen a couple times previously when the side teleporters were open. Teams would just swap back and forth or even fake a rotation to get the other team to swap. But with those side teleporters gone, instead we had to see teams rotate through mid in the side lanes using those jump pads. It's now the fastest mode of transportation to be able to get between lanes. And, I mean, we nearly saw the 4v4 because of it. That's at least better gameplay. So, a W for the developers there.
Better gameplay, better fights, Death Slam.
Better pizza. Sorry, wrong slogan. Don't sue us, please. All right, here we go. Little Troops are pushing in the middle lane and the left lane. They've got a little bit of tempo here to take these waves. The right side, they are having to play safe because, of course, they've got the Pope comp in that lane, but they're doing at least a decent job here of holding off Hydranation. They've managed to take fewer boxes, but no deaths so far, and they are getting this Guardian damage.
The Guardian damage already dropping down to quarter HP. They want to be able to chase on to Floss. Floss is really low. Will they be able to secure the kill? Yes, it is. It's going to be first blood for Hydranation as Matt goes in for the retaliation and secures another kill for the team. It's going to be a 1v1 trade here. Correct me, or what is it? My prediction was incredibly wrong as Hydranation was the first one to secure the first blood.
Yeah, but it was very quickly traded back, and here in this mid lane, now Lord of Nim having to come back on this Lash. Matt was able to clean that up, and now he's got the snipe online to be able to try and kill this Viscous. Hydration stays alive, though, and it's still Little Troops with the advantage pushing up into the Guardian. Now G-Freak has gone down, and it looks like this right side is quickly collapsing for Little Troops. If they can just do a little bit more damage on whoever comes back here for Little Troops, they're probably going to get this Guardian.
It's dangerous to be alone.
Little Troops is falling back. I mean, look at how low HP most of their teammates are. I mean, when Hydranation is just being able to walk upon you on the Guardian. Here comes the Death Slam from out of nowhere. Gets into. Floss is going to get immediately slammed into it, but he's still somehow alive with 20 HP and a dream. Never mind. Hydration comes in with the goop, takes him out.
Yeah, but they lost the Guardian for that, so that's mid-Guardian now down. Hydranation do get the kills, though. So despite them being at half HP, they're now going to have an opportunity to push back into the Guardian. And this is a little bit what I was saying at just before we cut to break here, where if you get the Guardian but die for it, and then the other team has enough damage to be able to come back and take your Guardian, it works out being worse for you. But Hydranation instead are going to choose to rotate their players over to grab buffs and then help their side lanes here.
Rokane is by themselves for that lane, was by themselves for a while, and I think that's really impressive that Rokane was able to take on a 1v2 as Lady Geist. I mean, Geist on her own is really good at just being able to soul steal, but I mean, look at this, the ultimate advantage already from Little Troops as they go ahead and secure 2 Guardians. Little Troops is looking very good right now.
They're playing the macro game exactly how Hydranation taught them. You win a lane early, then you rotate people over to be able to take it. They did have to bring 3 people in for that Guardian, so the Soul's advantage going more towards Hydranation, but they're hoping to be able to equalize that with some of these Vindicta snipes, getting, of course, the bounty for killing with the ult.
And I think right now, Little Troops is just trying to keep as much of the pressure as they on. I mean, they are learning their lesson, in particular when this time around, like you said, Hydranation teaching them how to macro, how to play against them. I think Little Troops right now, all they really want to do is just to secure these Guardians so that way they can just go ahead and free farm like Hydranation was showing them how to do last game. Speaking of which, here comes the combo already. The Storm is going to get procced. Leffa is going to secure a kill onto Girardi, and it looks like Pushy Pop is by themselves sitting in the Veil with 300 HP, but look at this. Here comes Matt being able to support their teammate, goes in for the Guardian damage, has Assassinate in their hands still, but both Leffa and Lomain are sitting at a healthy HP pool.
Yep, no snipes available here unless you just want to get in the damage. Leffa has now expended that Stormcloud. Ooh, arrow miss there. So fewer tools for Hydranation to be able to hold on to this third Guardian, but they're trying to get pressure in these other lanes to make up for it. So now they've got 2 Guardians of their own low. This mid lane being defended 1v2, but they have to go back and grab the wave.
I think it's just a really impressive here. Oh, but, wow, okay, never mind. I was going to say, it's kind of impressive that we haven't seen a holiday come in with the lasso. Every time I'm about to think about something, something happens, and I swear I need to stop thinking about it, so that way we can have time to cut to it. But what I was to say, Lomain, again, this is more the scarier fact that the reasons why people love to pick Holiday is because of that Spirit Lasso, and it's just a secured kill no matter what. I mean, it's one of the scarier abilities in this game if landed correctly. And speaking of which, here comes Pushy Pop fighting onto Lomain, wall bouncing back and forth between in the alleyway. Here it is, a 1v2. Pushy Pop secures a kill onto Leffa. Leffa gets taken down, but Lomain retaliates with that damage. Survives an assassination attempt from Matt. Matt no longer having ultimate. Looks like it's going to be a 1v1. Lomain wants to be able to secure a kill onto Matt. Matt dropping down to incredibly low, 40 HP. Gets taken down by Matt. Is unable to secure the kill, and Matt goes in for the retaliation.
Yeah, just a little bit of ego there from Lomain, I feel like. Not able to respond there. He survives all of that because of the weapon shielding that he had. He was really low HP, and Pachipop thought he'd be able to get the kill, but then that shielding kicks in at just the right time, gives him enough HP to survive that, and then the follow-up snipe from Vindicta. But not enough HP to be able to re-engage a mostly healthy Vindicta, so I don't know, I feel like that was a bit questionable, but hey, when you're the best team in the region, you can deserve a little bit of ego, but they're only ahead by 3,000 in this game now, and the objectives still not going their way means that they still have to find an advantage here.
I think right now they're really waiting to play into seeing if they decide to over-rotate. I think Hydranation is anticipating Little Troops to get a little bit of an ego, so that way they can get their entire team to fight in for a certain objective. I mean, look at this right now as we see Hydranation push into this Guardian who is still at half HP, and I think because Hydranation knows that they're willing to send multiple players to defend this single Guardian, I think that's all they're waiting for, so that way they can secure other Guardians.
Yeah, but Little Troops are doing a good job of pushing out their lanes before rotating over. We saw in the mid lane just now, they pushed up the wave nearly to the Guardian because they had the damage to be able to ward off the Infernus there, and now they're rotating over to help this left side. So Hydranation are getting their weapons thrown back at them. They will get that mid Guardian though. They left it for just a little bit too long, but Little Troops, it looks like, are wanting to win this left side.
Talk about timing right there. The Spirit Lasso onto Floss just to stop him from activating that last stand. That ultimate's going to be on a significant cooldown now. The fight onto this high ground. Pushy Pop really low. Gets taken down by Lomain. Lomain already securing another kill for themselves as they keep the pressure on. The fight is still going on. Look at this. This punch from the heavens above. Leffa takes him down.
Yeah, now it's Hydranation who won out that fight. Little Troops thought they had the numbers advantage, but Hydranation with the damage advantage. So now they've got a significant lead here now to take the Guardian, and now the Urn as well. So that'll be a 10,000 lead for Hydranation, and just out of nowhere, one lost fight means that Little Troops are falling behind.
It's like how you talked about before, where if you send so many people to defend a lane, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage, because that means when the fight procs on and someone dies, you don't have anyone to defend the Guardian.
Yeah, and now with Rokane down, there's a small advantage for Little Troops. They need to take this left side Guardian, but they've only got one person here, whereas Seven and Lash are looking to push this. So Hydranation recognizing where Little Troops want to be and denying that before they can even get there. 5 members of Little Troops over there to try and get G-Freak out, but they don't manage it. And now we've got Rhino crashing. Not a big surprise, given how large rhinoceroses tend to be.
Look, I'm already impressed as it is that a Rhino is playing Deadlock.
That's true. You'd think the Tusk gets in the way, no? You know, just trying to, hey guys, I'm going to mid, and then, oh no, my Tuska's pressed the F key.
Oh, I think it would be also hard as well as the fact that they don't have opposable, they don't have hands. They have literally hooves, or what do they call them actually? They're giant hooves.
Yeah, hooves is about right. You don't have the like actual keratin that something like a horse would have, I don't think. But yeah, big stompers. But yeah, that might be a bit of a detriment if you're trying to maneuver a mouse and press particular keys. But he manages it.
I do think, I will say though, here in terms of both these teams playing a little bit more respectively, even though Lil Troops is able to keep up the pressure onto Hydranation, I want to say Hydranation is doing really good at maintaining objective priority, right? I mean, because they were able to secure the guardian, they were able to do two things. One, secure an objective, and on top of that, they were able to go for earn. So Hydranation, even though they kind of are in this position where it's a teeter-totter, where it's back and forth, they are still able to do multiple things at once because they know when to take their advantage.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of fighting back into this. They never lost the soul advantage. Despite going down on objectives, they still were taking boxes, taking camps faster than Little Troops were. So as soon as they won a fight, they were suddenly, boom, right back into the lead. And in every aspect, not just the souls. So Hydranation keeping themselves with an opportunity to come back into things, and now they've got it. So at 12 minutes, they've still got one Guardian to defend, and then they're trying to pressure the map here so that they can take farms safely. And it's Little Troops now trying to do the same thing that Hydranation were, infiltrating the farm safely with 2 people, and making sure that Hydranation have fewer resources to be able to come back.
The Vexable damage, even though it landed onto AVG, I feel like that should have done a little bit more, but it doesn't, because I just realized right now that Rhino is sitting at 9.3. He's currently the lowest one on the board with the soul count that is so stagnant at the moment that not a lot can be done. But Lord gets taken down by G-Freak as he takes on the Walker by themselves.
Yeah, a little aggressive, but he saw that so many members were elsewhere, but now Little Troops have an opportunity to go for this Guardian. It's starting off with Holiday Lasso, drags him in. The Bebop very low, gonna get taken out here very shortly, but now the Jarate comes in. Jarate with the Mo and Krill, he manages to get the Guardian, but he will likely pay for it with his life. Just the Mirage escaping here.
Mirage being the last one alive. Hydranation doing a really good job of punishing them for diving onto this Guardian, but here it is, Floss by themselves in their own camp. We see 2 goo balls. I just noticed right there that Rhino decided to copy the ultimate, and goo ball v goo ball. We've seen it time and time again that goo versus goo does not always end into the favor of whoever is not the goo ball.
Well, what we saw just now that Hydranation also did last time is that they make Little Troops pay for that 3rd Guardian with a Walker. So even though, yes, they lose the fight on that left side, they managed to distract enough members of Little Troops in the jungle there and on the left side that they can just come back and take the Walker. I'd really love to study how that gets done, how Hydranation are creating the ability to pressure that Walker on such short notice, that Little Troops are getting distracted and suddenly they've lost a Walker. Now we're seeing the Lash engage onto this Vindicta. Mott, pretty scary, but gets taken out of the sky, and in a 2v1, that does not favor the Vindicta. So now Hydranation with another pick, trying to press their advantage.
When you get caught out like that for Vindicta and flight's already done, it's incredibly difficult to get out of any fight alive. And here it is, the hook onto Leffa. Leffa is going to get immediately bombed out, and it's going to be Leffa taken down by G-Freak. The bomb stacks, some juicy bomb stacks for G-Freak.
Yep, they've got so many members here on this mid lane that they were able to get that damage in pretty easily, and they're pressuring the farm now. Hydranation doing the same thing on the left side, but no objectives are really going to come out of this. And now both sides are setting up for the buffs. That's Jarate going down.
Jarate is trying to keep themselves alive with that scoring, but it doesn't matter because Jarate is taken down. Hydranation ahead in the souls again, even though we saw that they were losing Guardian early on. Hydranation, with that earn objective fighting that they are so good at, they are easily able just to keep up. I mean, G-Freak, look at this. Even though he's really low HP, Hydranation is just going to go and pop a little bit of cold front for themselves.
all the way nearly at his Guardian too. Like, there is no respect being given to these Little Troops players. Anytime that they are found, they are killed. So Hydranation doing a really good job of pressing their 15k advantage now. Rokane's picked up the Radiant Regeneration. Lefa now with a bit more survivability to stop these Bebop hooks. And Hydranation picking up a really strong like burst build here with the Express Shot and the rest of his damage. Now a fight's breaking out over the Urn.
There it is indeed, but it looks like Matt is going to be taken down for the fire. Hydration comes in once more again, but here comes as well the slam, but no, it looks like they're not able to do anything for him. Lord does manage to secure a kill. It's going to be 3 kills for him as the fight still goes on for this Urn objective. Once more, they are pressuring down the Mole Man himself. Girardi gets a double, triple parry, but he's going to get taken out.
Great try. That's the first time I've seen a triple parry in Deadlock, I think, but not enough there as Rokane is still able to clean up. That was a lot of work put in by that Geist there. The swap doing exactly what it needed to get an extra kill there. And then that's Hydranation now picking up a Walker and the Urn on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, and again, we are like, it sounds like a broken record here for this fight, but what's more, again, as they go in for the Urn objective, Hydration goes ahead and secures returns the Soul Urn. That's going to be some juicy souls for the side of Hydration as they keep the fight on. AVG popping heads left and right. The Fern passive is proccing. Little Troops is down 3 players. It doesn't matter because look at the damage Hydration is just providing onto it. The Ghoul Man is alive with 80 HP. Little Troops is taken down.
Full team wipe from Hydranation at 17 minutes. They are low health, so they can't do as much as they would like to here, but they're still pressuring all 3 lanes at once. Just as soon as these players from Little Troops come back, they have to back away.
Oh my goodness, only so very little things that you could do at this point right now with that huge soul difference. I mean, look at this. The Hydranation does not care anymore. I mean, they are just providing so much output for their team that Little Troops is just struggling to keep their footing down.
Yep, it's just Hydranation taking absolutely everything that they can. They're being so greedy and getting rewarded for it because their players are so good. This is what you can do when you have 6 of the best players on the continent, is just push. Just force your literal player advantage and get these picks. Now Little Troops have found a wandering Rokane, but the rest of Hydranation is going to be able to rotate here. And this is another fight kicking off with Little Troops down 40,000.
The combustion onto the Vindicta, but look at this, the combo is going to go bit procced onto the Firm. Rokane goes ahead and secures the kill onto Matt. The fight is still going. Here comes the last stand from the Warden. Warden doing some great damage just to keep these 2 characters at bay, but it doesn't matter. ABG secures the kill onto Girardi. Here comes Rhino with the transformation. It's only going to be able to do so much because unfortunately Little Troops loses 5 of their players.
It's another basically team wipe now. Hydranation do not lose fights when they're down 40,000. That's, I mean, that should be true in most teams' cases, but apparently not in my games. But, alright, Hydranation, once again, win a fight with relatively low health bars, so they just take a couple base Guardians and have to back off. The only consolation for Little Troops is that because it's still just 19 minutes, you're respawning fast enough to be able to defend your base. Not quite fast enough to be able to defend mid-boss, though.
I don't think Lil Troop is going to be coming back in time to secure or at least be able to, you know, mitigate some of these soul or some of this rejuve buff, but I might be spoken a little bit too soon. Here he is, the Mole Man. No, the Spirit Lasso. The timing on that low main pulls away the Mole Man from the objective, and Girardi is taken out.
Not entirely sure what he was trying to do there. Going for a one-man steal on the Rejuve is no longer particularly effective. I thought we might see Flaws come in, but he doesn't have the last stand, so not really much advantage to trying to fight in there. And as Lomain very well demonstrated, a Holiday Lassos covers many sins. So now Hydranation with full HP and a full soul advantage and a full set of Rejuve buffs are going to be pushing this base, and they're going to be looking to do as much as they can with their 50,000 souls.
Oh, what a great pull right there from G-Freak. But look, the Death Slam gets procced onto some. Rokane goes ahead and secures a kill onto G-Freak, and here comes Lo Mein to keep the pressure back on for the fight. They're going to be going in for Amber Shrine. Here it is, the first shrine down. That's going to be another item slot opening up for them, but it doesn't really matter for them because they are just doing such a great job with damage on its own that they do not care about the extra slot. Hydranation bringing down the Patron as in its transformation form. Lord Coruscant with the Warp Stone isn't able to secure the slam, but is going to get pushed right back. Here comes the goo ball from Girardi. He's going to get taken down. The Mole Man is out for the fight once more again. The Death Slam from the audience participation, unable to push them into their base. Here comes the transformation Rabbit Hex. Rhino gets taken down. The rejuve is still in the hand of Hydranation. The fight is still going on. Here comes the laser beam. G-Freak is unable to secure another kill. Girardi is still down. Rhino as well. The buffs, the debuffs are down for the side of Little Troops, but it doesn't care. Hydranation doing great work onto the Amber Patron. It's going to be taken down, and this looks like it's going to be a win for Hydranation once more again.
21 minutes mirroring their time from last game, and with another 60,000 soul advantage. It's just Hydranation does not give up a lead once they have it. And Little Troops did a great job of using their draft at the early game to win their lanes, get an objective pressure, but they were never able to farm quite as efficiently as Hydranation were, so as soon as they lost a single fight, I mean, that's it. Game over. Hydranation did not drop a step from there. So an excellent performance from Hydranation. They'll be moving on to day 2 tomorrow. We won't see them until then. We're going to have another match here, but for now, let's take a look at the stats of what we had this game, because there were a lot of Hydranation players doing a lot of work there as soon as we can get that pulled up. It felt like it was a lot of the Lady Geist doing something here. So Rokane with the top souls did a lot of damage in that game, but it was Leffa who pulled out the most player damage. And as we saw with Valhalla last match, it's a lot of kill participation from Hydranation. Everyone's getting involved in these fights and doing their damage all around, and that results in just having more damage than the enemy team. Because surprise, when you got more heroes, you got more damage.
I mean, also as well, I mean, look at Lo Mein with the kill lead, the significant kill lead compared to everyone else. Again, the power of Spirit Lasso, right? This is what we were talking about, is the scariness that is the holiday. I mean, for the most part, a lot of the times that we've been seeing Hydranation play as a team, they kind of, like we said before, they typically have the one person in lane and then they rotate around to go help them out as other players are farming around them. Lo Mein was just doing exactly that. They allowed the other characters to farm up, and then Lo Mein just comes in and he's like, hey, guess what, Spirit Lasso? And just comes in and pulls them away. Like, what else can you do?
Yeah, normally we see the Holiday with high assists when that happens, but this time he was so involved in a lot of those just like random pickoffs that he got pretty high kills too. I mean, he was double what anyone else on Hydranation had. The highest other than him was 70 and 14. It's pretty impressive work there from Lo Mein. He's been putting in a lot of work on this Hydranation team recently.
I know, and like also, what else can you really do when you're getting solo targeted by a Spirit Lasso, right? And arguably people will counter argument, in particular someone that I know, Al, that likes to argue the fact that you can buy debuff reducer to counteract the Spirit Lasso, but does it matter when you have an entire team following up with the damage? Spirit Lasso, for that reason alone, is so incredibly strong.
Yeah, the debuff resistance will help with that, but you're still getting stunned up, you're still getting dragged into the enemy team, so only so much you can do. The best answer is, of course, something like Counterspell to deny it completely, but when you're behind on souls for the entire game, as you said, it's harder to find the souls spare to be able to buy counter items like Counterspell, or even like the 6,000 items. So that's the nature of Deadlock, and how these games get to be so snowbally is that when you fall behind on souls, it means you have fewer tools to be able to fight back, which means you're more likely to lose fights, and there you go, the snowball rolls down the hill. So an excellent job from Hydranation of knowing how physics works, I suppose, how snow clumps together, and being able to convert that into 2 very quick match wins here. It's been a quick 4-0 for you. We're trying to give you the best entertainment possible, but man, these teams are showing us why they're the best today.
And also incredibly terrifying to show off, because arguably enough, I think if anything, this kind of shows that this is why they are high elo players. I mean, imagine going into a matchup and you see that entire roster coming up playing against you. I'd honestly cry. I'd cry. I mean, I've had one game with Hydration, and that man literally played by himself for most of the game and won us the game. I am not kidding with you. That man took an entire lane by himself, and we solely won because he took a lane by himself.
To be fair, if you're seeing the entirety of Hydranation on the opposite side of you in a ranked game, something has gone seriously wrong with matchmaking. Like, you would have a legitimate reason to post on the Deadlock subreddits all of a sudden. A lot of people just posting like Oracle versus Initiate lobbies. Nah, you got Hydranation going against you. But these teams signed up for it. They're ready to play at a competitive level. So, and of course, any team that has lost to Hydranation or Valhalla or any of these other teams in the upper bracket will have another chance in the double elimination. We can take a look at the bracket and see how those matches are shaping out right now. Because this was another fast set of matches, we probably still have some going on right now. So you see the screen coming up. Yep, Valhalla and PKP are still going at it down there in the other half of this upper side bracket. And then the lower bracket, we've got those matches working out as well. The winner of VFA Dragons versus Goblin Gang will go on to face Little Troops. And then Valhalla versus PKP, winner there will face Hydranation as well. So that'll be in day 2. We won't get there today, but we've still got one of the lower bracket matches up for you coming up after this break.
wanna shoot past the stars. lifts me up through the nighttime, keeps me dreaming through the day. Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? I wanna fly with the Jetsons, I wanna shoot past the stars, I wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing
Welcome back, folks. Sorry for the very long break. We had some fires to put out, and now the fires are put out, and I have both good news and bad news for you. So we're going to start with the bad news, which is we have 2 teams that forfeited out of the tournament. As far as the specifics of how that happened, we'll leave that for another time. But essentially, VFA Dragons forfeited, as well as the Goblin Gang, for various reasons. But regardless, they were playing against each other. Goblin Gang won game 1, and so I would have moved them forward. I tried to get the match to be played tomorrow, but unfortunately, Lil Troops could not play the match tomorrow. So anyway, there was a lot of stuff going on with that, but there seemed to be no other solution other than double forfeit, which is very, very unfortunate considering, we've raised a lot of money for the prize pool. The prize pool is now, I think, over 2,200 USD. And Peyote Queen has vouched to get it to the next 1,000, which would be 3K USD. So we should be at a guaranteed 3,000 USD, but we'll see, obviously. But yeah, which means that we have no matches to cover for Stream A. We're out of matches for today. There was supposed to be one more best of 3 that we would cover, but as they double FF'd, there's nothing else. So what we will do is we will raid Stream B, which is covering Game 3 of Valhalla versus Pure Kicks Puppies right now. It's a very close game, currently basically, neck and neck, and it's going to be a very exciting game. So, thank you guys for the support. Tomorrow, we're going to resume at 2 p.m. Eastern. So, get ready and watch, as there should be no more forfeits, and there should only be the cream of the crop left for tomorrow, the top teams. We're going to have PKP, Valhalla, Hydranation, as well as, I believe, the Lil Troops, I think, are going to be the teams that are going to be remaining tomorrow. So stay tuned for more Deadlock, and thank you guys for watching. We'll be raiding Stream B very shortly.